everyone, and welcome to the European Employment and Social Rights Forum. This is the first of what will be an annual flagship event organised by the European Commission. It's intended to bring people together from Europe, both here in the room and also online, where we have lots of other people joining us, to discuss important employment and social rights issues. This year, for the inaugural one, we're focused on the green transition. We all know it's happening apace, it has to happen, but the key question we want to tackle over the next 2 days is how do we do that in a way that leaves no one and nowhere behind? I think probably all of us can think of places in our own countries that have been left behind by previous waves of technological or economic change. I'm from the north of England, so I'm well aware that that can happen and does happen. So we want to think about how do we avoid that happening this time. My name is Sarah O'Connor. I'm an employment columnist at the Financial Times, so this is my bread and butter, and I'm really looking forward to hearing all of the discussions that will follow. The only other thing I want to say is that the organisers really hope that this will be an incubator for ideas. So do be interactive. There will be lots of opportunities to ask questions, whether you're here in the room, whether you're online. Also speak to each other, in the hallways, over coffee, over cake. Exchange those ideas, and then hopefully you'll take them back and implement them in your own work.
Interaction indeed. Thank you so much, Sarah. My name is Ali Aslan. I'm an international TV presenter and journalist based in Berlin, Germany. And I've already had the great pleasure of being part of the 2017 summit in Gothenburg, Sweden. So it's wonderful to be back here on stage tackling this very timely, pertinent, and important subject matter. Picking up from where Sarah left off, indeed, this event is hybrid, which means all the live sessions will obviously take place here at this venue in Brussels, but everybody can join us online through the event platform, and this is also a good opportunity to welcome everyone who's joining us online. Keep in mind you can watch all sessions live and interact via the chat and the Slido function, which we'll be using throughout this conference. You can also join the conversation, of course, by using the hashtag #EUSocialForum. And now, without further ado, let's kick it off. Let's kick off this forum. The President of the European Commission obviously would have loved to be here in person to kick off this event. Alas, she is, of course, in Bali right now at the G20 summit, tending towards very critical issues concerning European safety, security, and economic well-being. But she did not want to pass up the opportunity to address this distinguished audience and send us a video address. Let's have a look.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the European Employment and Social Rights Forum. People across Europe are worried about the winter ahead. But let me begin with a silver lining. Just over 2 years ago, Europe was heading towards another crisis, potentially of historic proportions. Economic activity had got to almost complete standstill because of the pandemic. And yet Europe has made it through that crisis. Why? Of course, because of the people of Europe's great resilience. But also because we put the right policies in place. From vaccines development and procurement, to SURE, our European initiative on short-time work, which saved millions of jobs at the height of the crisis. And to Next Generation EU, our €800 billion recovery plan, which put the green and digital transition on fast forward. Everything we did was inspired by the values of our social market economy. We rewarded innovation, and we ensured protection for the most vulnerable among us. And this is what made it so successful. These values are now enshrined in the European Pillar of Social Rights. And this forum is also the occasion to celebrate the Pillar's 5th birthday. The Pillar was not only a great achievement, but a new beginning for our union. And I'm so glad that you will hear today from my friend and predecessor, Jean-Claude Juncker. Since he passed the baton onto our Commission, we've worked to bring the pillar to life. We've set new European targets on employment, poverty reduction, and skills to be reached by 2030. We have reached a historic milestone with our new EU directive on adequate minimum wages, because no one who works full-time should struggle to make ends meet. We have created the Child Guarantee to support all families and all working parents who need childcare for their little kids. We have reinforced the Youth Guarantee so that all under 30 can find a job or training opportunity within 4 months. We have adopted the care strategy because good quality childcare and long-term care must be a given, not a privilege. We have built the Pact for Skills and have proposed to make 2023 the European Year of Skills, because all workers have the right to keep pace with the changing world of work. And we have also planted some important seeds for the future. For instance, with our proposal to protect workers of digital platforms. In a fast-changing world, rights should always follow the pace of change. I want Europe to explore the new frontier of social rights. And it is for this reason that we have strived to bring a strong social focus into all our policies. For instance, we have put social justice at the heart of the European Green Deal. I know you will discuss this extensively during these 2 days. So let me share with you an example of what is happening across Europe thanks to the European Green Deal. A few weeks ago, I was in Estonia, in a region whose economy relies heavily on shale oil, one of the dirtiest fossil fuels in the world. Now, we are not only funding clean alternative sources such as offshore wind and solar, we are also retraining over 10,000 workers for the new jobs we are creating. And we are supporting young, innovative companies, for instance, in the digital field, because the green, the digital, and the social dimension can only go hand in hand. The same is true in our response in the energy crisis caused by Russia's reckless war against Ukraine. One of the first new measures we have proposed to tackle the emergency is a solidarity contribution on the windfall profits of energy companies. This will raise billions of euros to give member states the possibility to support vulnerable households and businesses. And we want to allow member states to redirect up to 40 billion euros in European cohesion funds to support those who are struggling with their energy bills. Yes, Putin's war of aggression is having tough consequences for Europe's workers and businesses. But Europe can once again make it through the crisis with the right policies and by sticking to the age-old values of our social market economy. Our values do not change. They are the values of our founding treaties, the values of the European Pillar of Social Rights. But to fulfill these values, we must be ready to innovate and to strive for more. And I'm certain your discussions will be an excellent source of inspiration. Together, we will keep the social at the heart of our social market economy. Thank you all for joining us, and welcome again to the European Employment and Social Rights Forum.
Thank you so much to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, for kicking off the very first edition of the European Employment and Social Rights Forum, the new annual flagship event of the European Commission's Director General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion, ladies and gentlemen. And now for the first in-person welcoming words and opening speech. It's my great pleasure to now welcome on stage. He's a member of the European Parliament and chair of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dragos Pîslaru.
Hello, and thank you all for being here. Thank you to the European Commission, to my dear friend and champion of employment and social rights, Commissioner Nicolas Schmit, the colleagues of DG Employment, the Council, Marian, Minister Jurečka, very nice having you here. I'm certain that this will be a landmark moment in the history of ensuring a just and sustainable green transition. And I'm simply in awe of the list of speakers that you will hear from today. It's a very impressive lineup that I really hope will translate into impressive ideas and proposals, which will carry over into policy and practice. And dear colleagues, dear guests, we certainly can do with policy and practice that can help us get over the so-called bump that we are facing at this time. But in all honesty, in truth, this is not a bump. This is a steep mountain that we are facing. Winter is coming in the midst of a horrible war that has questioned everything we knew about stability and security in Europe, but also pushed us to discover new boundaries for solidarity and compassion. It comes after a health crisis, at the onset of a mental health crisis, and together with a more classical but not less important energy crisis, and why not an accelerated purchasing power crisis. And because when it rains, it pours, this is happening as we are passing some very dangerous thresholds. 8 billion human beings on a planet getting with an average 1.5 degrees Celsius warmer. I remember when I was 11 years old, the time of dinosaurs, we were just 5 billion. And just 2 years before I've been born, we were 4. So basically the population doubled almost in my lifetime. I mean, as always with such moments, when you have this kind of demographic crisis, I would say, the poorest risk becoming poorer, the vulnerable positively endangered, and the left behind risk to become fully abandoned. That is the reality of today. In short, if we didn't have something like the European Pillar of Social Rights, we should have invented it in a hurry. All is not lost, however. We do have the pillar, and I'm happy to wish the pillar a happy birthday and many happy returns. And I'm happier to note that we are actually moving to implement its principle and create new ambitious legislation. We have now a fully adopted minimum wage directive, which sets the way for adequate minimum wages and improves social dialogue coverage across all the EU. And we are moving, thank you, much appreciated. So, and we are moving the European Parliament, the Commission and the Council of many other files. We have a directive on predictable working conditions, one on work-life balance. We are working hard on files like pay transparency, platform workers, a care strategy, European Year for Skills, and much more. Not to mention, directly related to the topic of today's discussion, the Social Climate Fund. We will have trialogues until Christmas for weekends and open-ended until we will have what it takes for the citizens to be protected. We have the discussion on repower as well. And last but not least, and very close to my heart, I would like to list the European Child Guarantee, one of the first documents of its type in the world, an unprecedented pledge to ensure vital access and opportunity to care and basic needs for the children who most need them. These are all great. In fact, the titles of the files adopted in the work, in the details, are quite well now. And I should think that all the people here that gathered under the auspices of this forum today know them well. Unfortunately, they are not enough. Legislative, non-legislative directives, strategies, and plans, they are not enough. Not by themselves, anyway. And that's because, as wonderful our initiatives and files might be, as optimist our words can sound, they amount to little less than talk in the behavior of governments and political parties at national level who are consistently failing to prioritize long-term social and climate goals over short-term electoral shifts. And I can tell you that in the name of the European Parliament, where we gather to push and have a more ambitious view on social policy at European level. As an example that can be applied to many other areas, the European Child Guarantee is blah blah for many European children today, as long as 12 member states have not yet managed to come up with a plan for its implementation. And out of the ones that did, not all have presented all the measures that should be included there. But I digress a little bit. I mean, when we are talking about the EU, we first of all, we need to start walking the talk, particularly when it comes to have a sustainable but real green transition. Fighting climate change and saving our environment is not a whim. It's not a political choice, not if we want to continue surviving as a species. And implementation of our policies and agreements must be accelerated. And in consequence, delays and weak or inadequate translation of both legislation and commitments at the EU level into national practice cannot be tolerated anymore. Second, we have to start coordinating these policies properly. And when I say we, I once again throw a critical eye towards national ministries, agencies, and administration. We've come a long way in this current European Parliament and this current Commission to leave silo policies in the past. And that's how we should do. The REFIT program of President Juncker, who you will hear from later on today, was important in this, and we should continue. Now we are more and more learning at the EU to legislate cross-sector, judging impacts from multiple angles and aiming to solve multiple issues with well-placed legislation. The Recovery and Resilience Facility, on which I had the honor to be a co-rapporteur, was an example. Repower EU, it's another one, and certainly the Social Climate Fund can also be mentioned here. But my hope is that everything going forward will have dedicated angles integrating the needed impact for climate, for youth, for children, for digital, a gender dimension, and so on. But this has to be replicated at member state level. Social affairs ministers must be on par with finance and economy ministers, just as environment and climate portfolios, and they have to share budgets in a joint way and avoid the current very unfortunate practice of sequential budgetary allocation or policy making, when money is allocating by hierarchy or order and decisions are still made in silos. Third and last, we really need an intergenerational approach. We talked this year, 2022, of the youth check on legislation, and many smiled and thought, what a nice idea. But let me tell you, if we can't start implementing it and similar ideas across legislation, the European Year of Youth 2022, most youth organizations, and we are going to hear from them today as well, will consider 2022 as not being very ambitious. We have to include young people in decision making. They are digital generation, they are born native digital, they are environment and climate minded generation, and they are the first European generation that risks facing a serious downgrade in living conditions and having living conditions worse than their parents over 6 decades. To wrap up these ideas, we have to see that the future interpretation into law of the European Pillar of Social Rights must present a new social, climatic and economic model, beyond elections and extremes. I mention elections and extremes because in European political discourses lately, we have seen many too extreme positions when it comes to social and climate. There are those on one side who will see social safety net extending and only the state being responsible to every single problem. And it takes a village to take care of a child, and it takes a village to take care of environment and sustainability as well. And there are those on the other side who will see survival of the fittest model where climate and social matters could be damned as well, as long as profit skyrockets for selected few. And there is a thing about extremes. They captivate media, they captivate our fears. But from where I stand, from my seat leading the Employment and Social Affairs Committee in the European Parliament, I see a different perspective. I see how bigger the middle ground is. I see how important it is to address the needs of the citizens, to be close to our citizens. I see that in opinion polls, more than 80% of the European citizens need a social policy. Representing and helping the citizens, not just tapping and enlarging their fears, is the way forward. And the European Union must and can do better. we can find this middle ground where we can move together towards a sustainable business model, creating green jobs, avoiding catastrophic temperature rises, investing in children and youth, and creating real access to social integration and numerous opportunities for a prosperous life. So let's do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dragos Pîslaru. Apologies for the mishaps with the microphone, but you handled it like a pro. Thank you so much. So, after the first opening speech, now we come to the first keynote lecture of this forum. And for that, we're joined live from London by Professor Mariana Mazzucato. She's a professor at the University College in London, and she's joining us live from London indeed. I think she should be popping up now any minute. There she is. Professor, welcome. This is your applause. I hope you can hear it. Wonderful. That gives me the sign that you can hear us well. We can hear you. Before you get started with your keynote lecture, just briefly, the professor will have some time after her keynote to field some questions from you both here in the audience as well as those joining us online. And with that, Professor, great to have you with us. You have the floor.
Great. Well, thank you so much. We're so used to these Zoom interventions. It would have been absolutely wonderful to be with you live. So let me just get right to the point. I would love it if every time we talk about social justice and equity, we start from the position that we really need to rethink how value is created. So much of the regressive taxation policies that we've seen globally, but also the extraction of profits out of the system in financialized ways that really just kind of move money around within the financial markets, has been accompanied by a particular narrative and a particular story about value, about wealth creation, where wealth creation lies. And I really believe that this urge that we have to make sure that we truly build back better now in Europe and globally on the back of these multiple crises needs to begin with a new type of story that we tell ourselves, new framing, new theory about what actually drives the economy with a direction in order to make sure that that direction is both inclusive and sustainable. And I want to tackle these three different issues. The need to create a new story about where wealth comes from, the need to direct that wealth and that value to actually making our economies more inclusive and sustainable. And third, how do we actually implement that? It's easier said than done. Without the capacity, the capabilities, for example, within our public institutions, it's not going to happen. My next book that's coming out in February is called The Big Con, How the Consulting Industry Has Infantilized Our Governments, weakened our businesses, and warped our economies. And that really just looks at one side of the coin, which is this massive outsourcing that we've seen from public administrations, which then hurts their ability to build back better, to actually provide those smart policies, the smart redesign of the tools and the institutions that we need to have more inclusive and sustainable growth. So let me just begin with this. The context, of course, is one not only where we have these multiple crises that everyone talks about, the climate crisis, the health crisis, the economic crisis, which has, is increasing inequality in so many different parts of the world, but also one where we are unfortunately not learning the mistakes from the past. Just in the UK, we're about to hear tomorrow about a massive cut to our public expenditure. So austerity is back. I won't go into the details of the situation, the political situation in the UK, which all the newspapers have talked about in terms of the instability, but this is actually a global problem. After putting money into the system to recover, whether they were furlough schemes or different benefits received by businesses, we seem to now say, oh, to get back to growth, we also need to tighten our belts. We're seeing this also in Europe, where across Europe, governments today are spending 1,000 euros less on public and social services per person than they would have had austerity not again been implemented. So, this is quite shocking, actually, because we have papers from the World Bank and the IMF that are not exactly socialist organizations that have told us that austerity was wrong. In Europe, you'll remember that after the financial crisis, unlike today, and I'll say something about that in a second, the conditions for the recovery schemes provided across Europe were conditional that many countries actually reduced their deficit spending. And that created all sorts of tensions. In some ways, we could also look at the rise in populism in many parts of Europe on the back of that, in terms of the suffering that then was a consequence of that. When we cut public education, when we cut public health, when we cut basically the welfare state in the name of becoming more competitive, what's so interesting and tragic is that it not only hurts people who require those services, but it even hurts the economy, because in the long run, the cost to governments to actually pick up the mess that is left by not properly funding our social fabric is much greater. So just like we say with climate change, the cost of inaction is greater than the cost of action. This is just as true, even more true, for all those different social dimensions of our budgets. Indeed, we saw this with COVID-19. Yes, it was a global pandemic. Yes, people would have died anyway, but the number of deaths that we saw globally was absolutely in excess of what they had to be due to these very weak health systems that we have globally. And on that, by the way, before I forget, again, a huge lesson from COVID is, of course, not to do that. And also to make sure that these large recovery funds globally, whether it's the EU Next Gen program, or in the United States, the IRA, the CHIPS Act, the COVID recovery funds, and globally, surely this money that's being put into the system for the so-called recovery should also find its way into actually strengthening global health systems. Why? For the next pandemic. Had this crisis, the COVID crisis, begun in Africa and not in China, we would have globally been worse off due to what remains in many African countries a weak healthcare system. So this is not only good for people, it's also good for the economy. And of course, we should worry about these things mainly for the human rights angle of it. But what's striking is that even in Europe, after the financial crisis, when we had that austerity, which I talked about, the irony was that debt to GDP in many countries like Italy, where I'm from, actually rose. So this kind of knee-jerk reaction to say, oh, we must become competitive, we need to reduce these public deficits, the voodoo attention on the deficit actually ended up reducing the denominator. So productivity, which is a key driver of GDP, the denominator of debt to GDP, suffered. And indeed, in places like Italy, productivity has been lagging actually for decades. And so we know we need both public and private investment to increase productivity, but also to increase the kind of innovation we need to tackle our health challenges, our digital divide challenges, our climate challenges, but also it's an absolute driver of that long run growth that we require. But what's interesting is that the obsession with the deficit in many countries actually ended up increasing debt to GDP. So even on its own purely economic grounds, again, pretending we're not worried about the real social challenges that I just mentioned, climate, inequality, health, digital divide, even just on purely economic grounds, it makes no sense. And I just want to say that because I don't think it's being talked about enough. I see this at the city level where mayors around the world that I speak to are finding that their budgets that come often down from the national level have been cut. And of course, cities have been on the front line, are on the front line of both COVID and the climate crisis. And so really to unpick this problem, let's now focus on the positive, right? I mean, I could go on and talk about the problems that we have. There's a real opportunity now on the back of this talk about recovery, now also with the cost of living crisis and thinking about the different tools that we have to help both businesses and people with their bills, but also the recovery that, again, we need to get over what is still an economic crisis on the back of the pandemic. These funds that are available, there's a real opportunity to use them to galvanize and to catalyze a very different type of economic growth, one that doesn't keep getting us one crisis after another. So coming back to the situation in Europe, the situation now is luckily no longer, at least explicitly, the situation that we had after the financial crisis. We do have this Next Gen EU program, close to 2 trillion euros. But what we need to make sure is that when it falls within the member states, it actually has impact. And here we have a sort of a positive part of the story is, of course, these funds are not conditional on austerity as they were after the financial crisis. We might be seeing austerity at the national level, but in theory, this European fund is conditional on investment. It's conditional on 2 priority areas of climate and the digital divide. It was set up, of course, before COVID. Now with COVID on that experience, we know that also these countries have to be investing, as I mentioned, around health systems, and there's in some countries a separate pot for that. But the problem is that this will go to waste unless we actually make sure that when it falls on kind of national capacity at the city, at the regional, at the national level, it actually lands in the real economy. It lands on real economy actors in the public, in the private, in the third sector, civil society space that together can use these funds to really tackle what I've been calling in my recent work missions and moonshots. And I had the honor to work with Carlos Modas when he was the head of the DG for Innovation in Europe. And we together really brought this missions instrument to the core of Europe. Or I shouldn't say the core, it still remains a bit in the innovation ministry of the European Commission for the Horizon program. But really what I want to argue here is that without a moonshot and missions approach at the cabinet level of Europe, we're actually not going to, we need to do that in order to make sure that the Next Gen EU actually is truly directed at these areas of climate, of reducing the digital divide, increasing the strength of our health systems, but especially reducing the inequity. And on that, I'll just say maybe 3 things that I think are extremely important. One, that what this means is that when the money is dispersed, we need to no longer have this purely kind of sectoral approach, whether it's thinking about, environment and climate just as renewable energy, or health as pharmaceuticals, or digital as tech. The power of this missions approach, it starts with the idea that we need all sectors to work together to tackle the challenges that we have. So instead of having an industrial strategy, which many countries have, which just gives out money to sectors with no conditions attached, we need to, first of all, not just make a list of random sectors that get that money, but make a clear identification of the problems that need to be solved by those sectors. And 2, we need strong conditionality attached to these funds that are being dispersed. What do I mean by that? When we have public banks, for example, think of the KfW in Germany, when it provides loans to the steel sector, which is a sector that globally is asking for bailouts, handouts, support from governments, there must be conditions attached to making sure that that sector changes, it transforms, so that we can actually tackle the challenges that we're directing our efforts at. Otherwise, it's just blah, blah, blah. And the reason I name-check Germany is, unlike in many other countries, the support that has been provided to the steel sector was indeed conditional on that sector reducing its material content, investing in the just transition in terms of the workers involved in steel production, but also really greening the entire supply chain, which they did through repurpose, reuse, recycle technology. This is different from other places where that kind of support has been, again, condition-less. We see this also with airlines and automobile sectors. During the COVID recovery, some countries like France truly did try at least to make that support conditional on the companies reducing their carbon content. In other countries like the UK, we just gave, for example, £600 million to EasyJet, no conditions attached. So this idea that we actually have missions and we're trying to shape markets, not only fix them, requires the details of both industrial strategy to be intersectoral, but also the conditionality put at the heart of all those different tools: procurement, public loans, subsidies, guarantees. Instead of it just being a contract, it really truly needs to be a deal for what do the citizens who are helping to fund these programs actually get back. So better working conditions, higher pay, making sure that companies that are benefiting from these types of subsidies aren't just then funneling that money into financialized forms, for example, just buying back shares. We have lots of the energy and the mining companies today that are making very high profits on the back of the crisis we're living, using those funds just to buy back shares. What does it mean to make sure we have conditionality on reinvestment back into the system, actually helping to truly shape that economy in a way that is inclusive and sustainable? Second, as I already mentioned, in order to be a true market shaper and really helping to direct the economy to be more inclusive and sustainable and to build back better, these famous words that Biden used and then kind of shelved, we need stronger capabilities, as I mentioned already, within our public administrations. And this comes back to the point about the stories we tell. If we continue to pretend that policy is just about fixing market failures, at best, by the way, at worst, government, get out of the way. At best, you're there to fix a market failure, to enable someone else to do something interesting, to facilitate business, to de-risk business. Well, this is a particular story that we've bought into, which you actually see in almost all the white papers and policy papers, whether it's the European Commission or national governments, even when they're trying to do great stuff like battling climate change. The language must change. If you look at the moon landing, I just read a book about this called Mission Economy, a moonshot guide to changing capitalism. The moon landing would have never happened with the kinds of words we use today in the policy space. Just think of that word de-risking. Kennedy was clear. We're doing it because it's hard, not because it's easy. That required the ability of civil servants on the ground to embrace uncertainty. The idea was to actually tackle a difficult task together with the private sector, with other organizations also within the public sector and private sector together. So this idea of actually co-shaping markets means really getting serious about what it means to work together, to embrace uncertainty, to embrace experimentation, trial and error, learning by doing. And that is very hard to do without actually investing within those dynamic capabilities, but also the cultural shift that we need within our bureaucracies. As long as it's always just facilitating someone else, it's much easier to think of it just as a subsidy, a guarantee, making something easier, which eventually just creates a very parasitic and inertial public-private partnership. So those capabilities that we need on the ground to both render our public institutions more dynamic, agile, and flexible, but also able to truly work together with the private sector around publicly set goals and missions, as I talked about, not micromanaging, but really redesigning those tools to welcome that bottom-up experimentation towards a goal. There's just so many lessons we can learn from, again, the moon landing, which was easier really than the sustainable development goals we have in front of us, which require not just technological change, but also social, regulatory change, and so on. In the moon landing, they even really took care to design procurement to be not just cost plus, but outcomes focused, as we've seen in COVID, as we do in wars. We don't do that with our social problems because we don't take them seriously. But they also had in the contracts with the private sector this idea of no excess profits, which is fascinating, of course, because the idea of excess profits is back today due to the energy crisis, the correct, I think, idea that we should be taxing windfall profits in the sectors that are benefiting massively, not because of their own genius or innovation, but just due to this geopolitical crisis. That idea of excess profits is actually an idea that we should carry over even once this energy crisis finishes. The idea that they meant in NASA was in excess of what? Of what you've actually done. So when we have collective value creation, we also need to be thinking how to socialize the rewards, not just the risks. And that again comes back to the story of where does the value creation come from? It comes from a massive collective effort, and we need to really be thinking how to redesign conditionalities, including those on intellectual property rights, on, again, procurement contracts, on all sorts of deals and collaborations that we might have, whether it's around a vaccine or around a digital platform. And on that, just coming back to perhaps my third point, because I see my time's coming up, we really need much more boldness, and we need to go beyond this idea of just kind of public and private doing good together. When I come back to that example of the moon landing where they put it into the contracts, no excess profits, it's this idea of actually then saying, well, who wants to work with us in a way that actually then tackles both the problem at hand, going to the moon and back in a short amount of time, fighting climate change, reducing the digital divide, getting the plastic out of the ocean, but also in such a way that is a fair partnership, that is a just partnership. And here, if we look at the vaccines, given again that we've just still living through COVID-19, we really see very different types of interactions between the public and the private sectors. There's 8 vaccines out there, but AstraZeneca, for example, was willing, on the back of conditions set by the publicly funded Oxford University researchers, to keep the costs low, to keep the prices low, to share the knowledge around the vaccines and the therapies, something that Dr. Tedros, who I work closely with at the World Health Organization, demands when he says that this is a global pandemic. In order to not have vaccine apartheid, we need to join patent pools. We need real sharing of knowledge underlying that technology development. And other companies didn't do that. I'm thinking of Pfizer, for example, which historically has refused to sign up to such knowledge sharing agreements. And during a global pandemic, it's actually incredibly important. So rather than just this very high level public, private, business, the state, we actually need to get our hands quite dirty with the details and start looking at what can we learn from the functional and not the dysfunctional, the symbiotic and not the parasitic partnerships between public and private, and to scale up those that have done well. And on this front, I'm actually leaving today to go to the United States, where I'm also trying to help the government there think about, for example, the CHIPS Act, this money that's being put into the system to create more industrial capacity in the United States around chips. What does it mean, again, also there to really embed strong conditions around better working conditions, reinvestment of profits, not just share buybacks, but especially green procurement, even in the tech sector, as a condition for receiving what is going to be a very large stimulus program. So why don't I just finish there, because I know we want to have a discussion, but really the summary there is that we need to think about these problems in terms of market shaping, not market fixing, a moonshot approach that gets lots of different sectors to work together and get our hands dirty with the tools, the institutions, but especially that new social contract between public and private. So the deal that we use when we talk about the Green Deal is actually a fair deal, it's a just deal, and represents a new social contract that especially begins with a different understanding of where value comes from in the first place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mazzucato, for your words addressing the all pertinent and relevant topics and question: how do we create societies where people can thrive within the boundaries of our planetary resources? Now, as I said before, the professor is kindly sticking around for another 15-20 minutes to field some questions from you, both online as well as in the audience. We have microphones lined up for you, and for that I would ask you just to obviously briefly state your name and keep your questions as precise as possible. I know we already have a couple of questions coming in from Slido, and I'm already seeing a couple of questions from the audience. Why don't we start right at, yes, the madam, please, right there. State your name quickly and the question.
Thank you. I'm Irene Gina Reichel. I'm here with the Global Women's Network for the Energy Transition. Thank you very much, Professor Mazzucato. I would like to ask you to address the gender dimension of the new endeavors that we need to get underway. We see women bearing a lot of the brunt of the corona crisis. We see women underrepresented in green energy just as much as in the old energy sector. How are we going to address this issue? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Professor?
It's a wonderful question, and thanks for asking. I actually have the honor to be chairing the World Health Organization Council on the Economics of Health for All, and it's an all-woman council, economists, wonderful women economists from around the world. And we start actually with questions like that, but we frame it also in terms of, if health for all is the goal, how do we backtrack and design the economic system to actually deliver on that? That's very different from those who simply said invest in health because it's good for the economy. And on that, we actually began with the gender issues because it came back to this issue around value and women's work both in the caring sector, the formal sector, because they're overly represented in our hospitals, but also the whole social infrastructure around care, but also the work at home, whether it's caring for the elderly, for children, and so on, has been completely undervalued. And feminists have been talking about this for a very long time, but it's so striking how we actually haven't managed to fix that, both in terms of how we account for GDP, but especially how we resource those institutions and those types of work. We had the honor of having, as one of these economists, Marilyn Waring from New Zealand, a very important feminist economist who also is doing some work with us around time use data, which is a very important advancement in terms of the accounting framing, but also Kate Rayworth on the circular economy. And she argues, if you're driving your car and all you have is one number, which for the economy would be GDP, you would crash that car. You need to know all sorts of things on our dashboards. And somehow we think we can drive the economy with just GDP, and all those different insights which feminist economists and environmental economists have provided for us should be on that dashboard, and we know what they are. And I think the UN, under the current Director General, Secretary of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, is trying to advance on that. But I think we actually have to hold our own governments accountable, because the insights that have come from decades around this problem of undervaluing women in society, women's work in society, the institutions where they work, is well known. It has to transform then into a very clear reporting structure within companies, within sectors, but especially within our nations, precisely so we don't do the blah, 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 the greenwashing that we've had on climate. We've had gender washing now for a very long time, but we do know what should be on that dashboard. And I recommend you look at the work of Marilyn Waring, of Kate Rayworth, and many others. What we now need to do is to put it into practice.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. We already have a number of questions for you from both the audience as well as from online. I'm going to alternate quickly, take a question here from one of our online viewers. The European Youth Forum is asking, how does it sound to you, instead of a Stability and Growth Pact, having a EU Sustainability and Well-being Pact? How does that sound to you?
It sounds great, because to be honest, that is where the European Union began. It wasn't just about economic growth. It was around really important topics like solidarity. And have we seen solidarity in the last 20 years? Definitely not. Again, I mentioned the financial crisis, which ended up with huge kind of economic war between the vocabulary that was being used by Northern Europe, saying that the Southern Europeans were too lazy, basically, and they had to reduce their deficits to get their economies back on track, versus what? Versus actually learning from what's happened in many countries, not just in the North, in terms of strategic public investment, public banks, science industry linkages, properly investing public education, properly investing in research and development. And then you could extend that today to which countries are actually seriously and not blah, blah, blahing around sustainable growth. And for that, again, we need a different narrative of what we're trying to achieve, but also I want to come back to my point about dynamic capabilities. We need to learn from each other how to do it better. So if we had a very clear solidarity and sustainable pact, and also a just, social justice pact, then we should be learning where it works better in Europe compared to other places in Europe. I often give the example where in Sweden, for example, they have this very clear challenge around having a fossil-free welfare state, and that actually then landed on the very particular, like school meals. School meals, lunch, biggest restaurant chain in the world, school lunch, has to be healthy, tasty, and sustainable in all public schools in Sweden. And that, of course, affects the whole supply chain of food production. It affects the relationship between the schools and the private sector. it affects what children, and this is the most important point, have access to in terms of healthy, tasty, sustainable lunch. And so something as simple as school lunch can become a lever for innovation, but we can also have strong conditions attached to that. So it also becomes scaled, and the practice about that becomes systemic across Europe. So it's not just one interesting experiment in Sweden and in another country. I remember when Reagan used to say, ketchup is a vegetable. And then they had T-shirts that had Reagan and ketchup and said, which is the vegetable? But the point being, we don't have common practice. You know, we have a common currency. We don't have common practice and common reporting procedures in terms of these critical, I would call it human rights that people should have around something as simple as human lunch being, a school lunch, healthy, tasty, and sustainable. So those practices that need to be shared and learned from across Europe would be much easier to do if, as you just said, the Pact was very clearly about that and not just growth for growth's sake.
I'm going to look out for that ketchup T-shirt. Thank you so much, Professor. We have actually a number of questions, so let's be everybody as brief and precise as possible so that we can squeeze in as many questions as possible. For those having trouble connecting here, let me also remind you the Wi-Fi here is EU Social Forum is the network, and the password is EESRF 2022. So for those who want to join here the internet network. Next question here in the audience. Please state your name.
Thank you very much, Marko Pavic, Croatian Parliament. I really thank the topic. It combines two of my passions. I started my career as climate scientist, working in Antarctica, and I also been Minister of Labour, who was in Gothenburg on signing of Social Pillar Charter. My question to you is, we are EPP government in Croatia, center-right. We are investing a lot of money to stop social fracture, 3.5 billion euros investment into the anti-inflation program, into the pensions, jobs, development, especially those who are vulnerable. How to deal with populism and those who use this opportunity, war, inflation, so forth, to go into separate politics which are not so supportive both in social and environmental way. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's an absolutely great question, and I think there's two sides of that. One is what we've seen and we continue to see, which is that populist movements try to benefit from tragedy, whether it's the migration crisis, which is, of course, a poverty crisis, including right now a food crisis, people leaving also places where they have human rights abuses, but also extreme poverty as a consequence also of climate, geopolitics, and so on, using that as a way to divide and conquer, right? It's the narrative of especially, but not only, the extreme right. It makes it so easy just to find the obvious enemy, right? The immigrant, someone who looks different from you. Often, by the way, coming back to the gender point, also women have historically, indirectly, if you want, been affected by those kinds of narratives. So that needs to be beaten at the core, which is by having a very clear narrative that's simple but not simplistic, very different, right? Simple but not simplistic understanding of where these deep troubles of cost of living, of climate, of the health inequities that we have, where they actually come from at the root, so that the populace cannot easily just look at the consequence and pretend that that's the root cause. I actually think that we have failed to do that from the progressive side. I think we have great, deep arguments. There's books, there's articles, but we haven't had a very clear narrative about that. And the more that we can actually link it to a very different understanding of how to direct our economic system, not top-down, not micromanaging, but a directed growth that achieves inclusive and sustainable growth, the easier I think that will be, because then people will realize we're not just talking about growth for growth's sake, as the previous question asked, but growth that truly will benefit people, and finding ways to showcase that, to talk about it, including where it goes wrong, so we don't pretend everything is rosy, but to really give people a sense that policy matters as opposed to another populist narrative, which is all the politicians are corrupt anyway, bunch of elites in academia, in business, and in politics, which then fosters this more kind of populist narrative. The more we can show, actually, look, this policy, this attempt to do things differently between business, between government, between other actors produced this result, and this other attempt to do it was a complete a catastrophe, causing vaccine apartheid, for example. The more I think that we will have both a clearer narrative, but also those examples that give people that granular understanding that the attempts to change things does matter. Because I think the worst thing that we often get from populism is people giving up on the democratic process. And on that, I should say that one of my most interesting experiences around the missions approach has been in cities where we've actually brought people, you know, in the city from different groups to the table to design those so-called missions that I talked about. The Clean Growth Mission, even in Camden, the part of London where I live, we've brought the people living in social housing, on the housing estates, to the fore through resident associations and citizen assemblies to talk about sustainability and to think together how to direct our own efforts here around clean growth at the level of our neighborhoods, but also bringing agency to the people themselves. So a crisis with COVID was the rise of food banks. In fact, many people are relying on them more today than ever in the UK, transforming the food bank into a food cooperative, right? Think of the cooperative movement, a food cooperative where those same people benefiting from the food during an economic crisis are making those strategic decisions of where to buy the food from, how to make sure it's sustainable, coming back to my school meals question, but really giving them power, training, capabilities, and agency over the welfare state institutions, which they also can help to co-create. And I think this idea of co-creation is critical, but we need to, again, get serious about it and hold ourselves accountable and learn from where it happens for real instead of the blah, blah, blah.
Well, we have, there's certainly no blah, blah, blah here, but there is limited time. I think that's the issue. And we have 10 minutes left in this fast-pacing session. I'm going to take one more question here from Slido, another one from the audience, and hopefully maybe we have time then for another one. Maria Neiman is asking, you speak on inclusive and sustainable growth. Is continuous economic growth in Europe really the way forward in order to ensure social justice globally, Professor?
So, you know, this is a big question, and I think what the question is underlying asking is, do we actually need the growth? Isn't sustainable growth no growth? And my answer is no. We can massively redirect how we grow to actually be lower in terms of the material content, the carbon content of production. Think of all the digital green services, for example, and services are not, you know, they can be light in terms of the carbon content much more than heavy production of goods. Those digital green services are fundamental, for example, for a sustainable growth transition. And indeed, Denmark, which has led on renewable energy, also has fostered such a green digital services sector to the point that they are today the #1 providers of high-tech green digital services to China, which is attempting, I'd say almost more than any country in the world, to reduce its carbon emissions due to its complete urgency in terms of pollution, which is at you know, really drastic levels, continues to be quite drastic in China. So this hope, this attempt to change how we produce, how we distribute, how we consume, it requires true collective intelligence, but also requires, coming back to my point before, serious conditionality. That example I gave of steel, yes, we need steel, but we can't have the kind of steel production we have today. We need low material content steel. The example of food provided in schools. It's often, you know, food, as we know, is one of the key drivers of climate. Have we actually attempted to have green and sustainable food production that drastically changes that public-private relationship from the very large subsidies in the agricultural sector to something as concrete as a lunch in a public school system? I think the answer is no. even during COVID-19, something like 56% of the COVID recovery funds that went to energy companies went to fossil fuel energy companies. These are all consequences of decisions we've made. It's not inevitable. This is where populism comes in again. The populists like to, just like actually many economists for other reasons, like to pretend that these are all inevitable consequences of globalization, of technological change, of growth. Well, no, these are consequences of how we have designed our corporate governance structures, how we have designed our public governance structures. When you have the private sector just trying to maximize their shares, you end up with the current situation, which is the last year, we had over $1 trillion being spent by the largest companies just to buy back their shares, boost stock prices, boost stock options, boost executive pay. That financialized form of growth, or the fossil fuel-driven growth model, is not inevitable. We can have a very different type of growth. So I come back to that because I think the question is essential, but it's essential not in terms of growth versus no growth, but what is a radical redirection of how we grow look like?
Thank you.
And I should say, unfortunately, my taxi is actually here to go to the airport, so I think I can take one more question.
Well, there you go. We don't want to miss your flight, so you have all the burden on you now. If she misses the flight, it's on you. Yeah, go ahead. Quick question, quick answer.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Rafael de Hoyos from the World Bank. So one of the ways that one can describe the challenges that we're facing around the green transition and also the technological revolution is the following. So you have technologies and the green transition going to the market, which creates a very dynamic changes in that demand for skills. On the other side of the equation, you have a supply of skills or a skills provision system made up of the education system, vocational education and training, and active labor market policies. And all these things are very static. They cannot keep up with the dynamism of the market. And And it great imbalances, and it creates pockets of people that are being left behind. So how would you...
Taxi's waiting. Let's get the question.
Exactly. So how would you address these imbalances and this challenge? Thanks.
Thank you, Professor.
It's a great question. Again, wonderful questions. I wish I was there with you all I assume you're going to have drinks as well afterwards. So first of all, I just want to say something which I always say. Let's be careful when we use the word the market. Sometimes we confuse the market with business. The market is an outcome of exactly the kinds of things I was saying before. It's a consequence of how we organize our business, how we organize our state institutions, and especially how we organize their interrelationship. So the question of skills, skills used to actually be, in some ways, a dynamic outcome, using again the word dynamic, of profits within the private sector also being reinvested back into their own production systems. People got trained within their jobs. What we have seen over the last 20 years, coming back to this idea of maximization of shareholder value, is that these profits are increasingly not getting reinvested back in. The over 6 trillion in the last 10 years, where did those profits go? So this also comes back to this idea of values created collectively. How can we make sure that the profits being generated from collective mechanisms are also reinvested back into the system, but also with conditionalities from this collective effort, also actually benefiting workers and training programs and the just transition and so on. Similarly, in the public sector, my view is that the more we have just thought about the state as fixing markets and not actively shaping and co-creating markets, we haven't invested in the training of the civil servants, right? It's not just about training of workers and training and educating our children. The training within the civil service itself has suffered from this way that we've actually thought about the role of government and what even the market itself is. We use the word market pressures, forgetting that the market pressures themselves are consequences of how we've actually designed the system. And for this, I really recommend people read Karl Polanyi, his wonderful history books on the origin of the so-called free market, which he says actually traces its origin at very heavy public administrative kind of effort. And the question is, what does that mean today to shift the kind of market systems we have to actually foster that kind of training, the education, the social justice, and so on that you are speaking about there? but not through philanthropy and charity, but at the center of actually how we do business, how we do capitalism. And for that, we should be holding all those who use the word stakeholder capitalism, a nice trendy word in Davos and the World Economic Forum, to account. What does it actually look like in terms of how the different actors relate one to another? It can't just be a post, an ex post thought about making sure we, pay workers better. It actually has to be allowing those same, say, worker organizations be at the table when we make these very critical decisions of where we want to go in the future.
Professor, I think I speak for all. I think you're seeing me in one of those cameras or somehow, but I think I speak for all when I say that we very much enjoyed listening to your very inspiring remarks. We certainly could have gone on for much, much longer. Clearly, many more questions, many more answers. Suffice to say, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your keynote. This is your applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And a safe trip to the United States, of course. So with that, we're on to, we've already had the opening speech. We had our first keynote lecture. Now it's time for the first panel. And for that, Sarah, over to you.
Thank you, Ali. Well, from the really big ideas, I don't think I've thought about Karl Polanyi since I was at university. We're going to get down to some of the concrete things now. So we're going to have more of a conversational debate, and I'm delighted to invite on stage Commissioner Nicholas Schmit, who, of course, is the European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights. We are going to have a panel with him of citizens' representatives, people who are being affected by the green transition, and I would love them to come and join me on stage right now. That would be great. I'll introduce them as they come up. So we have Maria Rodriguez Alcazar. She is the European Youth Forum board member. We also have Monica Verzola. She is the Vice President of the Lifelong Learning Platform, who is also the Development Business Director at ENAIP, a social enterprise in Italy. And finally, we have Lorenzo Giornelli from the cooperative Ceramiche Noi, which is an Italian ceramics cooperative.
Company.
Wonderful. Commissioner, would you mind sitting next to me?
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Well, sit down. As I'm the moderator, I'm going to take the privilege of asking you the first question. I hope that's okay. We hear a lot about the just transition. I think everyone agrees that this transition must be just. No one thinks there should be an unjust transition. But can we talk about how do we measure whether that is, in fact, what is happening? I know the European Commission has said that it will monitor the just transition in the EU. Can you talk to us a bit about how you'll do that in concrete terms?
Well, first I would say it's not about just or unjust transition. It's about the question, if the transition is not just, there will be no transition. We will have such a backlash, such an opposition in society, and we heard about populism and all this political debate, and that would be an absolute catastrophe, because what is at stake, it's in some way the survival of our civilization. So this is the first point. The second one is, how do we measure the fairness and the justice of this transition? Well, I think there are a lot of indicators we can use. On social indicators first, I think inequality is the first. We have a big problem of inequality in our society, independently from the transition. Now we have to watch what this transition, is it changing in a positive way or in a negative way? I hope that we can orient the transition in a way that we can at the same time lower, reduce inequality, because people are very unequal in this context of climate change. And the less wealthy people are suffering much more than the wealthier. And the wealthy are producing much more CO2 emissions than the less wealthy. So this is a big issue, the distribution of income, the inequality, or at least trying to bring societies more together. That's one thing. The second one, I would say, is a very concrete approach. We talk about transition. I must say it's more than transition. It's transformation. It's really transformation in many areas, in many sectors. And we have to look, well, what is the impact of this transformation? We have an experience of previous transformations. And we have seen that in many areas, these transformations have produced winners, a lot, or it depends. Globalization was a transformation. A lot of winners in some parts of the world economy, and a lot of losers in other parts of the world economy. This transition or this transformation has really to make sure that we have to reduce as much as possible the number of losers. Because if this is not happening, we are back to the just transition or no transition, we will have in our society a bigger position. We have seen that in France, for instance, with the Gilets jaunes. And we can have Gilets jaunes all over Europe, all over many places, by the way, in the world, and giving an argument to those who think that climate change, that's just an invention of some crazy people. Well, I think these are two elements. There are many, much more. We have good indicators of social policy, our social indicators. We are working on them constantly and linking them also now to the transition or transformation policies.
Wonderful, thank you. Maria, would you like to ask your question now?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I'm Maria Rodriguez from the European Youth Forum, that is the platform of youth organizations in Europe. And I'm actually very proud that young people, youth organizations, young activists were at the forefront demanding for action to tackle the climate crisis. But also, as much as we care for the climate, also asking young people in this European Year of Youth which were their priorities. 40% of them mentioned that tackling poverty and social inequalities was the top priority. And in fact, youth unemployment and social exclusion for young people are one of the top priorities for young people in this decade. So we acknowledge at the European Youth Forum the great potential of apprenticeships in this scenario. There is an opportunity in an education format to acquire green skills that we can bring to the work, to the labor market. So we wonder how we can make sure that this potential that we have with apprenticeships to build greener skills are actually completely used in this scenario. How we can make sure that apprenticeships are actually building these skills, greener skills that young people and young workers can bring to society to improve or to contribute to this green transition. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. My comment?
Yeah.
Well, I think first I would thank the young generation for their commitment, because we would probably not have a Green Deal, and certainly not the Green Deal we have proposed, without the young generations which were on the street and who really called on all of us, on all politicians, on all stakeholders, on the business leaders, on the trade unionists, on everybody to say, you have to do something, because this is our interest, because we are the next generation and we will be the generation suffering. Now, I think what we have to do, and you explained perfectly, we have to give the next generation, which is this generation, not in 50 years, this generation, we have to give them the right tools. We have to give them the right perspectives. You have spoken about skills, education and skills. This is essential. Skills, because we are in a transformation, not only about the green, but also about the digital, about many things happening in our society, also making our society more cohesive and more equal, including the gender equality, the recognition of diversity. So we have to rely on the young generation to proceed to these changes. And certainly next year, this year is the European Year of Youth. So I think what is important is to listen to the young people, not just to say we have done something for you, but really to listen and to work with them, with the forum and all the youth organizations organized in the forum, because they have a lot of good messages, interesting messages, and we should not disappoint them. And there is a critical moment when I look around what happens now, also with young people really in a very special mood, which is sometimes also dangerous, but we have to understand that. And I think it's investment in future. Professor Mazzucato talked a lot about investment. I think this is very important. We have now to measure the impact of this transformation, and we can only build something through a lot of investment. So it's not saying, well, all the debt, it's the young who have to repay them. But all what we are not creating, all the investments we are not doing now, they will pay the price of the absence of these investments. And this is much higher than just repay some funds.
Wonderful, thank you. Some applause for that. A popular answer. Monica, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, of course. And let me thank Commissioner Schmidt for this precious space for exchange with society, of which the Lifelong Learning Platform represents over 50,000 institutions and more than 40 European organizations, promoting an holistic vision to the lifelong learning from cradle to grave. As already mentioned, ahead of us are challenging times, of which skills will play a major role. A question that concerns European citizens is how can we ensure a lifelong learning mindset that skills can not only respond but also anticipate the transformation of our society?
Well, first, to anticipate, that's, I think, the right approach. We are working a lot together with CDFOP, which is the agency working on professional or training, to anticipate what are the jobs, but finally, what are the competencies of the future? Because a lot of jobs, there is this idea that 60% of the jobs which will be created within the next years, we do not even know exactly. We see now, for instance, wherever I go, people are speaking about cybersecurity. Nobody spoke about that a few years ago. So, big demand of specialists in cybersecurity. Now, we have to train, we have to put into place the right education, the right programs, the profiles. So I think anticipation is extremely important, but especially also what are the basic fundamental skills people should have. That's the first thing. The second is we have really to adapt our school systems, our education systems, not weakening what you learn during your normal school courses, but one thing you have to learn first, how to learn further. I think this is something which has to be fully integrated in our education system. That lifelong learning is part of your normal life. It's part of your normal life, not just for jobs, but also as a person. It can be an enrichment, because doing the same job for your whole life may not be the most interesting approach and way of life. So showing that investing in yourself, in your knowledge, developing your knowledge, getting the tools to do it. And here we created certain elements, the individual account, that's an idea which we are pushing for it, that people have a right. And that's, by the way, principle, as we are talking about the social pillar, principle number one of the social pillar is about education and lifelong learning. So, because we all know, without lifelong learning, without the capacity to learn, without the motivation, and I like this word very much, the mindset, because we can do a lot, we can put a lot of money into lifelong learning. If there is not the mindset, if there is not the understanding, if there is not the support also in your job to get time to learn, to get time to be reskilled or upskilled, well, you won't do it. If there's not no recognition of reskilling or upskilling through different methods and approaches, well, people are not motivated. So I think we can do it, we should do it, we have to start with the young, but we have now also to invest a lot in those who are a bit less young, because, well, Europe is running out of people. We are, although we are now 8 billion, but at the end, less and less Europeans. So we have to invest in everybody, and leaving here nobody behind. We cannot afford anymore to have millions of people excluded from the labor market, especially young people who are excluded, the famous needs, excluded from the labor market, excluded from education. So I think all these things together will create the right mindset. And finally, I think many people, once they know why they should do it, they will be motivated to do it.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. You say that it's boring to do the same job for your whole life. I feel a bit bad now because I've been at the Financial Times for 15 years.
But every day is different.
Yes. Yes. I need to embrace a lifelong learning mindset. Wonderful. Let's move on to Lorenzo.
Thank you. For the first, thank you to the Commissioner and to all for inviting us to this important event, because I represented a cooperative Italian ceramic company that 3 years ago are founded by a worker buyout institute. That it's an institute that which allow to the go advance the employment benefit for share capital of a company, and this for us it's a very good institute. Also, for the helps of our cooperation and association, Lega Coop and ALS, from 2 years ago, we have doubled the turnover, we have doubled the employers, but never do the dismissal and all rights. It's important for us because nobody falls behind. We think if we can do a good and green transition better for all European people. Also because cooperatives is one of the models of the social economy and represent a well-established form for business model of the social economy, and because they are managed by producer, user, and worker compliance of the rules of one member, one vote. And this is the sum of particular equal that we believe a lot. We had adopted every hypothetical tools for this incredible energy crisis, from change customer to arrive to change shift, and this is also the reason which has to be cited from the President Ursula von der Leyen in his speech in September as a virtuous European example. But all these have a cost that also maybe it's not simple to affect to the final customer every times. And for all this, my question is how can we mitigate the impact of energy crisis in a company in general in Europe, but to ensure the competitiveness of the European company, because it's important for us.
Well, I would start by congratulating you for this approach in setting up this company. Or
Thank you.
I was yesterday in the Basque Country and I visited a huge cooperative, which has become a very, very huge enterprise. So I think this shows also that in our economic system, different models are absolutely possible and can be very competitive. That's the first thing.
Thank you.
So you're
welcome.
Also in relation to what we call social economy, because this is a vast and broader concept. Well, I think this is the biggest challenge now. We have really to make sure that our companies who are suffering much more from this price increases, much more than the Americans, much more than the Chinese and others, because prices have really increased more in Europe than in many other places. We have now to, this is also in a way a transition. And if we are missing this transition, well, we will lose thousands or 10,000, hundreds of thousands of good companies, really good companies, with a lot of potential, with a lot of knowledge, of know-how, with millions of jobs, by the way, if we are not trying to tackle these price hikes. And I think we have tried as a Commission to convince Member States now to act rapidly on the price of energy, especially you are in a sector where energy is key. You cannot produce ceramics without energy. It doesn't work. You have certainly to, you can improve the efficiency of energy. Probably you have done it already. This is the first step. But at the end, if the prices are much higher than other competitors on the market, well, you will have a problem to be competitive. So I think what we have to do now is, during this period, to help companies to pass this very difficult transition. That's the first. The second is, certainly as soon and as rapidly as possible, we have to develop renewables. We have to invest in other sources. We have to go away from fossil energies and produce more renewables, and so lower the prices, because we all know that renewable energy, well, the cost is much lower, and we can get more autonomous in terms of energy, bringing the price down, which is the best solution to help our economy, to keep jobs, to save jobs, and to be competitive on the markets, including on global markets.
Thank you a lot.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, we've got enough time, I think, for a couple of questions. If anyone else would like to ask a question of Commissioner Schmidt, or indeed any of our other wonderful panelists, do pop your hands up. Yes, there's a lady in the row here. If someone could bring her a microphone, that would be great.
So, hello everyone. Thank you for the speakers. My name is Dalila and I'm from GPI Consulting Company. So I'm a representative of a youth generation. Thank you for Maria for coming. And I'm currently in search of a master program in university to study sustainable development, sustainable management, and environmental social governance. And actually, it's a big problem because I can't find one, because there are very few in European universities in comparison to United States and to Asian universities. They have a lot. And in this year, they had a really significant growth in this in the amount of programs in this sector. So how can we tackle this gap in the shortage of educational programs in this area? And so how can we accelerate its development? Thank you.
Great, interesting question. Thank you.
Well, very rapidly, I think there are a few. Nevertheless, I think there are countries where there are this kind of masters in sustainable development, or masters integrating this aspect of sustainable development. So I can perhaps give you some idea after. But probably we have to make sure that our universities really seize this new opportunity, because the way how we manage, and that brings me back to Mazzucato, how we manage our economies, how we manage companies, well, the sustainable aspect becomes more and more important. And it is a bit different from the classical management, because for once, externalities are more important. Because before, well, in business, externalities, you just forgot about them, and you brought them to the public sphere. Now you have to cope, you have to treat externalities. And I think that's why I think we have to encourage universities to develop this. I will talk to my colleague in charge of universities about that.
There you go. You've got a line to the top. Wonderful. I'm going to take a question from Slido now. Also, I'm just going to remind everyone that if you're struggling with the 4G, then the Wi-Fi here is EU Social Forum, and the password is EESRF 2022. So the question from Slido is, more sustainable often equals more expensive. So how can we ensure that the transition to carbon-free heating protects low-income households from even higher costs of living?
Well, I'm not absolutely sure that more sustainable means automatically more expensive. I think we are experiencing now that not very sustainable means an explosion of prices. So I think we're coming back to the investment.
It's the upfront costs, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the cost of investment. And I understand that many people, they cannot just bear this cost, because if you have to transform your house or your apartment into a more CO2-free place, investing in renovation, building and renovation. This has a high cost. Okay, and here I think we have to support low or middle income households to perform these investments. This is in our interest, it's socially fair, but it's also good for CO2 emissions. So I think this is one part where we can evaluate if the transition is fair and just. If we take on board precisely those households, those persons who cannot afford this transition in terms of renovation, changing their heating system and all that, I think there is absolutely a need for support to investment. In a short run, because this is perhaps medium term, in a short run, I think with the energy crisis, we have to support low-income households. Because now the bill, the electricity bill in many countries, in most of the countries, well, there are more and more households, families who just cannot bear this additional amount of money they are asked to pay. So I think this is a short-time measure which we have to do, but seeing it in a longer term, mid-term perspective, we have to support people precisely to adapt to a more sustainable system, which at the end will be more cost-effective, so less expensive.
I have a bit of a follow-up question on that, actually. I mean, all of this investment, if you're going to retrofit houses, install heat pumps, transform the insulation, it requires manpower, right? It requires people. And I wonder, I mean, some of the conversation so far has been a little gloomy. We're worrying about leaving people behind, but also there is an opportunity here, right, in terms of huge numbers of new jobs that could be created. And I wonder if, you know, we've had this scenario whereby we've had growth of high-paid jobs, growth of quite low-paid jobs. These could be sort of middle-paid, middle-skilled jobs that perhaps could help to sort of even out the labour market and reduce inequality. Do you think, is that too optimistic, or do you think that's a reasonable thing to hope if we get the policies right?
Well, I think this is quite realistic, but as always, you have to give you the tools and the possibilities to make it real. And I think this is a lot about apprenticeships, this is a lot about training, about skills, about especially, I have one big concern. I repeat it and repeat it because I think it has to be repeated. We have 8 million young people in Europe, 8 million. This is a medium-sized member state who are needs, who are nowhere, who are not in education, who are not in a job. Well, I think we have to reach out to these young people and to give them the right opportunity. They left school because probably for any reason, personal or because they just did not fit into the normal way how our schools function. So we have to imagine the way how we can recuperate a large number of these young people and to give them possibility to get skills, to get a job, to get a good a correctly, decently paid job, and not being in precarious jobs. Because this is the thing. If I tell a young person who isn't out of the labor market, out of the job, well, what I can give you is a 2-month contract, he will say, well, it doesn't interest me. So I think that's what we have to aim at, and we will certainly come up with some ideas on these needs, but and offering them the right skills, and that's about the youth guarantee, by the way. We have already the youth guarantee very much focused on this category, but we have to do more.
Wonderful. Okay, I think we have time for one last question. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to ask? Yes, there are several. There's a gentleman up here with his hand up. I think the microphone will be heading towards you.
Good afternoon. Henning vom Stein from Hans-Böckler Stiftung. I'm working with them on co-determination here, Commissioner. You mentioned it, transformation, mindset, how to manage companies. It's all about decision-making. When it comes to co-decision procedures in companies, certainly this is one model, but medium-sized and especially big companies where the management is driven and pressured by capital markets. Where do you see co-decision in that context? Thank you.
Well, the president of the Commission mentioned the social market economy. For me, the social market economy, in principle, should include co-decision. Well, there are a few good examples of social market economies that include co-decision. So I think we have to work, if decisions have to be taken into a different perspective, if we have to take fully sustainability on board. And sustainability is not just the environment. Sustainability is also the persons, people. It's not only financial sustainability, although financial sustainability is also an aspect. I think we have to find a way how companies are managed, how decisions in companies are taken, which include all the first, I would say those stakeholders who are directly in the companies, perhaps some others could also be more involved. And this is the model how decisions in our economy, but especially also at enterprise level, have to be taken. So we can learn a lot from those models which exist already, not perfect, certainly improvable, but I think they are a very good example how co-decision is working and finally improving, and sometimes also facilitating the transition and the changes in a calm way, in a consensual way.
Lorenzo, I wonder if you have any thoughts on co-decision.
They are cooperative.
Oh. It's sure with pleasure I stay here because, as I said before, for us can give a voice to the company, not only Italian, but all European company that is incredible, in this incredible time, fight, because the right word is fight with incredible crisis for a choice that nobody want and nobody ask. It were a very good pleasure. As before, Commissioner says, we see into renewable source, but in the meantime, we must resist. For resist, sure we need the support of the government, but also for the Commission at the first, because I think that this is a very important point across idea this forum. I think, and I hope that is the first, but not the last, that sure can be a good point of start for all people for construction a better European and better Europe for all. Thank you.
Perfect. Now, Commissioner Schmidt, would you like to say any last words before we wrap up this panel? Any final thoughts?
Well, first, I think it's a great idea to organize this forum, because we always say Europe is not transparent, we have not enough exchange with citizens. This is a fantastic opportunity to have these exchanges, to bring new ideas, to discuss, to have very valuable inputs. So I think, as it was said, we will repeat it, the President said it, we have to work on it, and especially all the ideas coming up, we have to use them in one way or another. It's not just once we leave this room, we forget about it. So I think we need inspiration, we need dialogue at all levels, and I think this makes Europe more democratic, and I would say stronger. Thank you.
That's a great way to end. Please join me in thanking this excellent panel.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Great first panel. Thank you, Sarah. We'll see you back later here during the day, of course. And it's great to see that the interactive element of this conference is working so well. Thank you to everyone joining us online for submitting so diligently. The quality and quantity is very high of the questions and comments that you are submitting. So keep it up. Again, this is a very interactive format, and we're happy to see it work just as well. Now, we've had keynotes, we've had panels. Now it's time for another speech. You see the lectern is already being put up here. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome on stage the Belgian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Social Affairs and Public Health. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Frank van den Broeke.
Yes, thank you so much for this invitation to be here today, which also is an occasion to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the proclamation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. That was on 17 November 2017. This is a forum, and as you know, the Latin word forum refers to a public square, which is primarily reserved for the market, but also a gathering place of great social significance, such as for the organization of political discussion and deliberation. And when I read the program of this forum, I should say I was very positively surprised by the richness of the topics and the number and the quality of the speakers involved. It so happens that back in 2019, my Italian friend Maurizio Ferreira and I organized also a forum debate, as we called it, on the European Pillar of Social Rights and the roadmap for a fully fledged social union. That was our title. So it was about the pillar and it was about the European Social Union. Because we wanted to think ahead of the European elections of 2019 on initiatives to be included in the next Commission agenda with a view to create a true social union, and particularly the role that social pillar could play in that. Now, with hindsight, I can only be very positive in my assessment of the pillar's role if I see how many of the proposals we discussed in that forum in 2019 are now not only part of the EU agenda, but have materialized in very concrete policy proposals, such as the directive on work-life balance, the directive on transparent and predictable working conditions, the creation of a European Labour Authority, a Council recommendation on access to social protection, European Child Guarantee, and more recently, directives on minimum wages and pay transparency, as well as a directive still under discussion on platform work. And I should say that we also see some of those pillar principles emerge in the European semester, which is a surveillance system on economic and budgetary policies, first via what we called the social scoreboard, and potentially via something new, a social imbalances procedure. And even more recently, the link between the pillar and the new recovery and resilience facility confirms, I think, the idea that resilient welfare states are a precondition for a well-functioning European Union, a well-functioning European Monetary Union. But then back in 2019, we also wanted to understand the pillar of social rights as a vehicle, as an instrument, on the way to a true European social union. And we coined that expression, a European social union, because we felt the need to clarify our thinking on the EU's social role. We thought the EU should be a true union of welfare states, and welfare states obviously have very different histories behind them, very different domestic institutions. National welfare states will remain primarily responsible for organizing solidarity among their citizens, but at the same time, they should organize tangible solidarity among themselves as national member states, as a collective of national member states. And we thought that two principles were at play here: insurance and convergence. That is, in a social union of welfare states, the EU would support national welfare states in some of their key welfare functions, and that is where the idea of mutual insurance, organized solidarity among the welfare states as welfare states pops up. And also the EU should guide the substantive development of national welfare states via general social standards, social objectives, but leaving the ways, the practical ways and means of social policy to the member states. And here, obviously, I point to the idea of convergence. So mutual insurance, solidarity, convergence. And as some of you may know, we often argued that a European social union so conceived was not only desirable, something we wanted, but also a necessity. And the idea that it is necessary to have such a social union was very much linked to the debates we had at that time about the monetary union. The idea was that for a monetary union to function well, you would need a kind of stabilization scheme, a kind of stabilization capacity at the level of the monetary union in support of the national welfare states. And obviously, at that time, the focus was very much on unemployment and unemployment benefits. And we said that outside the EU, not in the EU, but elsewhere, existing monetary unions either already opted for a real centralization of unemployment insurance, or they do demand some convergence in the organization of unemployment insurance, and they do provide a degree of reinsurance when the need is really high among them. And so a minimum of convergence of national unemployment benefit schemes would be a kind of corollary to any conceivable Eurozone solidarity scheme, risk-sharing scheme, to cope with unemployment shocks. Meanwhile, we have something called SURE, which is a scheme in support of short-time working in member states. It's a temporary scheme. It's not a durable risk-sharing scheme. We are not yet there. But even without a kind of Eurozone risk-sharing scheme, even without that, the implementation of common stability-enhancing principles at the level of the domestic schemes we have, common stability-enhancing principles, would be beneficial for the European monetary union as a whole. This was our argument. Now, this being said, it sounds as if, well, it's all kind of logic and necessity, and you just have to think about the necessities implied by a monetary union. I should immediately say that such an argument has many limitations. Fundamentally, we are about shared aspirations, aspirations that drive the European project at large, over and beyond any necessities we think of. And here, when we discuss our future in terms of shared inspirations and shared aspirations, I think the pillar was and is highly relevant. It was formally proclaimed, as I say, in 2017 as a list of 20 principles, social rights. And one might say this is really, or this was really, a manifesto of shared social aspirations of the Union. And the aspiration was that welfare states should rely on investment in people, in our human capital, based on equal opportunity, based on protection against risks, but also prevention of risks, effective safety nets, but also access to labor markets, so as to enable people to live a decent life, to be able to manage change over their life cycle and make most of the talents they have. In yet other words, here we had a kind of a mission statement for the European social model. And let me say, because Claude Juncker is here, how very grateful I am for the initiative you've taken and also the first implementation steps that you realized. Now, obviously, we know that this pillar is a set of principles. It's not a bill, it's not a binding legal instrument. These principles are not immediately enforceable against neither the European institutions nor against the member states. However, many of these 20 principles, or parts of the principles, are binding through other EU measures, and in this sense they reaffirm already existing rights, but they also complement them to take account of new realities. And the idea that we had this list of individual rights framed as principles, I think, was very important. Now, 1.5 years ahead of the next European elections, in the midst of a new economic crisis, energy crisis, military crisis, the question is where we are on the road to a European social union. And obviously, notwithstanding the achievements of the past few years, we are far, far from being done. I want to focus in the remaining part of my intervention on one principle of those 20 principles in the pillar, the principle number 12. I'll read it. It says, regardless of the type and duration of their employment relationship, workers, and under comparable conditions, the self-employed, have the right to adequate social protection. In a shorter formula, everyone who is at work in the EU, wherever, in which country, in whichever sector, in which kind of statute, must have access to adequate social protection. I think that is an absolute priority, and this was an argument we made also back in 2019 in that forum with Maurizio Ferreira. I think this is an absolutely key principle for at least 3 reasons. First, think again of stabilization, the need to stabilize our societies when they are hit by a shock. The argument first, as I said, was about the monetary union, unemployment shocks, adequate unemployment benefits, maybe some kind of risk sharing in support of national unemployment benefits. But I think with the COVID pandemic, we learned again an important lesson about stabilization. It is very, very difficult to fight a pandemic, both in terms of its social consequences, but also merely from the point of view of prevention of the infection to spread even further. If you don't have universal access to sickness benefits and incapacity benefits, if you don't have that, how can you say to people, if you feel ill, you might be infected, you should not infect your colleagues, stay home, don't infect other people? How can you say that if you don't have universal access to sickness benefits and to insurance for incapacity? And so in terms of stabilization of a society that needs stabilization in the face of a very, very sudden and deep shock, you need universal access for everybody to social protection. Not only unemployment insurance, which was, Nicola will remember, our main argument a few years ago was about unemployment insurance, but also sickness benefits is absolutely crucial. And so that is the first argument why I think this principle number 12 is so important. Secondly, I think we should know that there is something like a negative spillover sometimes. If some member states try to economize, try to be cheap by not providing adequate universal social protection, you have a kind of unfair competition that may lead to the proliferation of forms of work that are not integrated in social security in many member states. And thirdly, I argued, and I would still argue today, that in terms of the political legitimacy, the political credibility of the European Union, such a simple principle whereby you say, whoever is working in this union, in whatever sector, whatever kind of activity, whatever kind of person, whatever statute, he or she has access to adequate social protection. It's a very, very strong principle, and I think indeed a shared aspiration. Now, what is the problem? The problem is that our social security schemes still rely, it's different from member state to member state, but still rely in many member states to a large extent on a tradition where you had people working full-time, typically men working full-time as breadwinner for the family. And although things have evolved and improved, I think our national social security systems are still ill-equipped with a situation where non-standard work is increasingly important. Think about self-employment, also bogus self-employment. Think about fixed-term employees, temporary agency work, part-time work, think about platform workers. These are new realities, and our social security systems are not well equipped to face them. And obviously, if you look at poverty among working people, people who are at work, if you look at poverty, this is obviously often linked to their personal situation, maybe lack of adequate skills, maybe a specific household situation. But in-work poverty is also linked to institutional lacunae in the organization of social security, notably to cope with these new forms of work. We see that in the context of these new forms of work, people are often at risk of poverty, whilst they should not be at risk of poverty, certainly because they are at work. Now, maintaining social protection systems that no longer accommodates a part of the workforce because they are in these atypical forms of employment has bad consequences, I need not convince you, for the people involved, but also for the functioning of the labor market, and as I said, the stabilization capacity of welfare systems. And I think against this background, the emphasis in the social pillar on that principle number 12, on access to social protection for everybody, was very important. Now, the principle has been translated into what we call a recommendation in 2019. And the recommendation called on member states to ensure, and I'll read, formal, but also effective coverage, adequacy, but also transparency of social protection systems. And the aim of the recommendation was to increase income security, to reduce precariousness and unfair competition, to fight poverty, and to foster more resilient economic structures. And the main target beneficiaries were non-standard forms of employment and the self-employed, given that these people are often not sufficiently covered by existing social security schemes. Let me immediately say that this recommendation was really a very, very important step forward. It had many positive features. Let me quote a few of them. I think that the emphasis on the adequacy, the suitability, the accessibility of existing systems, this was absolutely good. I think it was also good that the recommendation on access to social protection focused immediately on specific vulnerable groups, particularly also the self-employed. And I think it was also important that the recommendation addressed the challenge of social protection, also from the perspective of we want to live a life of dignity. It wasn't only about technical financial issues, about financial sustainability of systems. It was really about the aspiration to live a life in dignity, which presumes that you are protected. And finally, I think it was important that in that recommendation, or in the debate on the recommendation, there was an agreement that you should be able to monitor what is happening in member states. You should be able to follow that by means of indicators. Now, for all its ambition, however, the recommendation also fell short in some aspects. I list them, and this will now sound as if I'm very critical. Obviously, it's easy to criticize something that has been fought hardly for, but we should know that there are also some shortfalls. Let me list them. The elephant in the room, obviously, is the legal basis of that recommendation. A recommendation instead of a directive, as initially proposed by the Commission, is weaker. I will not elaborate on that discussion. Would you want a strong, a hard legal framework, say a directive, or are you satisfied with something softer, which is a recommendation to the member states? I won't elaborate on that here, but obviously it's a crucial debate. However, I would like to say that I think there are also other aspects of the approach to that famous principle 12 of the pillar, where we might, in the future, have more ambition. I have 6 or 7 points here. The first concerns the language of the recommendation that leaves to member states a lot of discretion, a lot of freedom. in how to prepare what they had to submit to the Commission and the EU, their plan on access to social protection, and notably a lot of freedom, a lot of discretion on whether or not to extend mandatory compulsory social security to the self-employed, which is an important issue in many member states. But that was left open because it was so delicate. That was left open. Second, the recommendation is not very clear on what exactly is a worker, which is a hotly debated issue and a delicate issue at EU level. However, if you're not clear about what is a worker, then your big principle that every worker must have access to social protection is a bit fragile because it leaves the possibility to member states to exclude a number of workers because they do not consider them as falling under the recommendation. Third, this is a bit technical, a bit a legal issue, but we do have a very well-established scheme of coordination of social security rights, social security entitlements in the EU. This is the famous Regulation 883/2004 for the freaks among you. And that's interesting, because there's a long tradition of defining rights and entitlements and contexts, but there is no link with that very well-established scheme and the recommendation, which is a bit of a weakness. Fourth, the idea was that member states had to organize transparency, first of all, in their reporting vis-à-vis the EU on what they are doing to improve access to social protection, but also transparency to individual citizens. As you know, also in our country here in Belgium, we have a long tradition of social security, but we do have a persistent problem of non-take-up of some benefits and some advantages, which is partly a question of organization, architecture, but also partly a question of information and transparency. Now, the pressure on member states to work on this, it was in the recommendation, but maybe not sufficiently strong. Sixth, and maybe most important, in order to find a compromise, I think the Commission had to settle with something temporary in time. This recommendation has a sunset clause this year, when the Commission will publish its final report. And we will then certainly have an interesting up-to-date picture of the situation regarding access to social protection in the member states. But however, after that report, it's not clear what will happen. And so the question is what to do, and here I'll finish. I think this is great work. I've listed a number of shortcomings, but still this is great work. So it should not stop. We should consider this as a linchpin for further initiatives. We should not close this window of opportunity that was opened by the recommendation. Quite on the contrary. I think we should come up with a stronger version of what has been achieved so far. And this means, yes, I think we have to reconsider, and I know it's not easy. It's easy to say that. It's more difficult to do it politically, but still, I think we have to reconsider the possibility of working towards a framework directive which would be stronger, more binding than a mere recommendation on the access given to social protection to all workers in the member states. As I said, it's a bit the elephant in the room, but I think we have to reconsider it. Secondly, I think next to the legal debate, there's a number of substantive issues to be addressed. It so happens that Belgium will have the presidency of the EU in the beginning of 2024. That's just the absolute end of this Commission's legislature and the Parliament's legislature, so we will come at the end, Nicola. And I think that's really the moment to have a good debate on where we are with the pillar, obviously, where we are with the idea of a social union. And that's the reason why we would like to launch not only a debate, but also a working group to prepare different possible venues after the sunset clause of the pillar of the recommendation which I mentioned. And I think such a working group should not only look at the legal form of the instrument, but also at its content. Here I see, and again, I have it in 6 points, 6 issues, and then, okay. First is, if we say that every European needs access to social protection, so you have this universal access to social protection. Okay, what are the implications of saying that? Or you might reverse it, what are the preconditions? Does it not mean that you need public, general, publicly financed schemes of social protection, rather than a mixture of just basic protection and then occupational schemes on top? That's a debate I think we might have. And more importantly, a bit in the same vein, can we say that protection is universal if it is not mandatory for certain groups? Is it universal if it's not mandatory? That's also an important debate I think we need to have. Secondly, as I said, I think we have to come to an agreement at EU level on what a worker is, in order not to exclude people who are obviously workers, but who do not enter the framework by lack of a clear definition. Thirdly, I think given that you have social security, then you have social assistance, which is a kind of a residual scheme in many countries, but important, becoming even more important. What is the relation between social security and then assistance schemes? And also, how do people make transitions from the one to the other? How do people make transitions also from schemes for salaried employees to the self-employed and vice versa? This is pretty important. And have a more clear view on this and maybe more clear guidance on these transitions which people make in their life among sectors, among types of benefits, I think is also something to be pursued and to be clarified in either a future recommendation, as I hope we will have, or a future framework directive. Then on adequacy, I think the recommendation's ambition was to say people in work should have access to adequate social protection, but then obviously you have to define what you mean by adequate. It's more than just a general reference to avoiding poverty, I would say. It is, amongst other things, avoiding poverty. It's probably more than just avoiding poverty. And I think that that's worth the debate to have. How do we define adequacy, maybe in a more operational sense? And then, as I said, if we want to fight the non-take-up of benefits, that is, if we want to be really serious about the gap between the reality of effective social protection and the formal principles that are enshrined in bills, and if we want to be serious about that, transparency of systems, simplicity of systems, information about systems for all citizens is absolutely key. And here I think also such either a recommendation or a framework directive on access to social protection, the new version I think we need after the sunset of this one, I think it must be somewhat more pushy vis-à-vis member states on that issue in order to fight non-take-up. And finally, obviously, the monitoring of what is happening. If any European cooperation on access to social protection has to produce impact, you need to be able to follow up what is happening by means of very well-organized indicators and reporting. And that's also, I think, something to be discussed. I'll stop here. What I wanted to say, first of all, is thank you for being here. This is the 5th anniversary of this very important initiative, the Pillar of Social Rights. When it was launched, a number of people said, oh, all this nice talk again will mean nothing, it's only diplomatic waffle. That's proven untrue. It's proven untrue. In the slipstream of the pillar, there have been a number of very concrete proposals. I'm not saying it's paradise, but a number of very concrete proposals. So we should pursue the work and come up with, for instance, a version 2 of the recommendation or a framework directive on access to social protection, which is such an important, fundamental, foundational principle for all welfare states in the EU, and thus a fortiori for a union of welfare states. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Van den Broeke, for your remarks. And as I stated previously, microphone is with us again. As I stated previously, I had the great pleasure of moderating the 2017 Gothenburg Summit, which you've referred to. Of course, former Commission President Juncker was here with us. You were there with us. And indeed, it's been 5 years since then. Birthday's anniversary, 5-year anniversary. It's a very great occasion, because that conference in Gothenburg, that summit, sort of paved the way for us to be here for today's event. And of course, it is therefore, you mentioned it, time to celebrate. Let's have a look.
5 years ago, the European Union decided to make a change.
L'Union européenne, c'est aussi un socle commun de valeurs sociales qu'il faudra qu'ensemble nous adoptions.
The European Union created the European Pillar of Social Rights. In 20 principles, the pillar promotes equal opportunities and access to the labor market, fair working conditions, and social protection and inclusion. In May 2021, EU countries endorsed the Pillar Action Plan at the Porto Social Summit. The plan lists actions to make the principles of the pillar a reality for people across Europe. The EU and its member states also agreed upon 3 EU social targets to meet by 2030. And by working together, we can build a fair and inclusive Europe for all. The European Skills Agenda helps individuals and businesses to develop the skills they need to thrive. The Youth Employment Support, with its reinforced Youth Guarantee, provides young people with a springboard into quality jobs or traineeships. An EU law on adequate minimum wages will ensure that workers in the Union can make ends meet and have a decent living wherever they work. The European Child Guarantee ensures basic rights for children in need, such as 1 healthy meal every school day, early childhood education, and healthcare. With the European Pillar of Social Rights as our compass, we are building a strong social Europe that protects all Europeans.
Together we are stronger. Together we can live up to our social rules and make them work for all Europeans.
Well, it's now my great pleasure to invite, he needs no real introduction, former European Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker will come to the stage and share his reflections on the 5 years since the EU social pillar.
Left the Commission, not.
Let's try this way.
Okay. For the office. So, whenever I'm taking the floor, I'm hesitating. Should I express myself in English, French, German, or this worldwide known Luxembourgish language? But as everybody understands English, but as nobody is understanding the English, I made a choice to express myself in French. Donc, bonjour.
So, hello. I am delighted to see you all here. Some of you are my good friends. Today, we commemorate the 5th anniversary of the social rights circle. But one should not believe that this European construct took its roots in Göteborg. It's commonly thought that the history of Europe as we know it started there. In terms of social Europe, things happened even before that event. In the 80s, there were some directives. Work was carried out in terms of health, in terms of work, health, and there was a directive that was adopted during my term of office. It was the principle according to which each work contract should be in the written form. Today, this is absolutely normal and taken for granted, but back in the days, most companies did not even consider that. The principle of the written work contract. But social Europe has also gone through difficult times. Let's think of the opt-out of the Brits in the 90s. In 1997, we organized the European Summit for Employment, which was launched by the former Prime Minister, Lionel Jospin. Back then, I noticed that debates were a bit rough and there was a strong opposition between those who were in favor of more labor rights and those who wanted to stick to the European social model that had been built during the previous decades. And then the economic and financial crisis came in 2008 up until 2015. I was president of the Eurogroup and former Minister of Labor. I was the predecessor of Nicolas Schmidt, who went on with the fight for a more balanced work in his own country. But there was no social dimension. Back in the days, people were brushing their teeth, so to say, when they were speaking of the social dimension. It was a sort of obscene topic, and it was regarded as an excessive liberty, excessive liberalism. So this term had to be redefined in their heads and in their hearts, so as to speak of social Europe. Later on, we took small steps towards a social Europe, which is better built, which is more attractive, more beautiful. Let me take an example to this extent. I made a speech, I gave an address when I was elected president of the European Commission. I was about to say Social Commission, but I meant, of course, European Commission. Because I was advocating for a goal that I called triple A, triple social A. I changed one of the deputy presidents of the Euro and social dialogue because I wanted to stand up against this wrong idea that there was an antinomy between the monetary construct and the social construct. I stated Blaise Pascal, a French philosopher. There are things that go together, and the monetary union and the social aspect of it go hand in hand. I asked the Social Affairs Commissioner, Marianne Teyssert, to be part of the commissioner group that was in charge of preparing the European semester. And she also participated in the press conferences because we know that the social dimension should be included in our economic, social approach in Europe. And then we adopted a new directive on detached work in 2018. This replaced the 1996 directive, which was incomplete. In fact, it did not foresee the case where workers could be detached and moved to another country and not benefit from the rights. This was missing from that former directive. The principle of one salary for one same type of work may seem normal, logical today, but back in the days, it was not. The Commission received the opposal of governments which were against this initiative. And most of the companies were against it. Within the EU Parliament, there was initially no strong enthusiasm with regard to this, but over time, we managed to have this directive adopted. It was a rocky journey, but we eventually convinced the European governments to give us the necessary authority. We also took some larger steps in terms of social rights, which is one of those big steps. Indeed, the prescriptions, the recommendations are not binding. Nevertheless, these principles are not just poetry, and they're not symbolic. It's all about a commitment taken by all three institutions in order to make sure that a social Europe becomes more diverse, and in order to bring together all the workers without which Europe wouldn't be what it is as a European construct. It is a reference framework which makes it compulsory for all three institutions and the member states to comply with all 20 principles of this European social framework. This marked the end of a kind of blind ignorance and austerity, ignorance about life conditions, many wrongdoings. It was time to reconciliate the economic and social aspects. I'm delighted to see that the current Commission, in the framework of its action plan, that was designed by my friend Nicolas Schmidt, lives up to its commitments taken in 2017 in Gothenburg. Stefan Löfven, the Swedish Prime Minister, back at the time, I was not surprised to see that Sweden had a hard time delving into the reflections and the discussions that later resulted in this social pillar. In fact, in Sweden, there are certain policies that lead to better results than what can be seen in some other Eastern European countries. Therefore, I would like to thank Nicolas Schmitz for all the good work that he's performed. Minister in Luxembourg was a tiny bit sarcastic with me when we adopted the pillar, but in a way, this did not come in between in terms of our friendship. And he goes public about it. Often, but not often enough. Without this European framework, he should try and convince, point after point, all the governments and parliaments how necessary it is to just do like the institutions, to adopt the pillars. He is not forced to put forward arguments. So, as you can see, history is not as simple as it seems. Nothing is simple when it comes to social policies in Europe. Nothing should be taken for granted. Advocacy should always go on. And we need to have a common philosophy in order to reconciliate the budgetary, social, economic dimensions of it. To do so in Europe, we need to be patient, and we need conviction and determination. Patience is always required when you set off for a long journey full of ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, it is my pleasure to say it's almost time for coffee. Before we do that, we're going to celebrate in the way that people like to celebrate, which is with some cake. So I would love to invite former Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker back onto the stage. Also, if Commissioner Schmidt would like to join. And Joost Korte. Hello, nice to meet you. That was a very good speech. The good news is it's a very large cake. You can all have a slice, I think, so it's time for some coffee. And please do return back to your seats by 4:30 for the second part of the session. Thank you.
hello everyone back. I hope you all had a good coffee break, and more importantly, I hope you all had a piece of that cake. Hope it was tasty. The 5th anniversary cake that we so celebratory presented here. Sarah, well done indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it's my great pleasure to yield the floor to a representative of a country that currently holds the EU presidency until the end of the year. It is, of course, the Czech Republic. And we have with us, I'm delighted and honored that we have with us the Czech Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Labor and Social Affairs with us. Before he gets on stage, just a word. His speech will be in Czech. So everybody who's not fluent in it, including myself, that would be a good time now to grab the translating kits. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Czech Deputy Prime Minister, Marian Jurečka.
Děkuji mnohokrát.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will speak in Czech. You've already heard my predecessors speaking English and French, and as you might know, the Czech nation gave one English word to the world, and that is the word robot. I am delighted to be able to address this forum today and share here the current presidency's perspective on the European pillar of social rights and its implementation. We celebrate the 5th anniversary of the creation of the social agreement on European Agreement on Social Rights. We have a motto for the Czech presidency, which is based on what Václav Havel, a former Czech president, said. And we say that we have EU is our task. We often speak of solidarity, of helping each other. And these words are so much more important today. We do see that we have to live solidarity. We have to prove our solidarity. I think Europe proved itself quite well through the COVID pandemic, and also now in the crisis that we experience in Ukraine. The Czech Republic has accepted the most Ukrainian refugees per number of inhabitants, per capita. We created special visas for the refugees. And there are a number of topics that we share here and that we try to find solutions for together. I've just come back from Egypt, and I'm very much aware of the fact that the climatic change won't wait. This is an essential issue. We deal with the energy crisis, with rising prices of energies, and it's issues that we have to find solutions for together, and we have to find good solutions. These challenges are very intense, and they weigh heavily on our citizens, on vulnerable groups. And we have to ask ourselves, how will the people manage the climatic transformation, the ongoing energy crisis, the soaring inflation? How will mothers who are single mothers manage? How will disabled people manage? How will young people who have 2 years of COVID behind them manage? And us politicians are here to deal with these issues, but it's not only our task, it's also a task for the business sector, for NGOs, for families. We all have to get involved. We all have to work together to deal well with this situation. A number of steps have been taken. We have key legal documents, we have strategies, we have good intentions that we implement step by step. We have guarantee for children, we have the Lisbon objectives, we have here the minimum wage that we are dealing with, and other things. We've done a lot of work. We've done great progress within the EU in the past years. But we should also ask ourselves the question, what is ahead of us, and what will the baker on the corner of your street say within a few years? What will the company say who produce glass and they have to stop their production and get rid of employees? What will people say who have houses who can't install photovoltaic panels and heat pumps? I have a question. Please raise your hand who know someone in your vicinity who's from a low-income group and has photovoltaic panels, heat pump, and well-insulated house. 3, 4 hands in this hall. Thank you. But I'm being serious. There is a reason why I point these issues out. If we want to handle the climate change well, we have to deal with reduction of energy bills and we have to focus on renewable energies and also on vulnerable groups of people. This is something we have to manage to change, because for these people the situation is very difficult today. There are too many insecurities. We tell them, oh, do this and do that, but they don't have the means to do so. In 2020, 33 million people couldn't heat their households adequately because they lacked means to do so. Let's ask ourselves, what are these people doing today? How are they faring today? They are much more than they were back then. This is one great task ahead of us. We have to bring the change, and it has to be a good one. I also have to mention the NGOs. They play a vital role, a great role, be it in the households of the elderly people, of widowers, and others who don't always have an easy access to information, to benefits, subventions, and so on. We have to be able to get the necessary information to those people, to speak with them, to direct them towards the solutions we offer. Be it technical measures to make the houses more cost efficient. So this is one thing that needs to be solved well, because social benefit, social welfare state is not enough. The people need to see that there is a support and that they can reduce their costs by 50 to 70%. There is also another issue, and when I speak with my colleagues and ministers from other member states, it's the issue of employment.
V 2-3 měsících zvyšuje. A to je zatím velká míra nejistoty. Opravdu firmy, především ty energeticky náročné, nám politikům jasně vzkazují.
the companies, especially the energy demanding companies, are telling to us, yes, you made a lot of things. Europe is supplied with the gas. We have made the measures that we can enjoy the energy solidarity. But the great uncertainty of high prices existing here means that some of the companies are already starting to dismiss their employees. It's very difficult for me to answer the representatives of glass factories, of ceramics companies, and other companies how to plan their future, because the costs of energies can't be reflected in the prices for their products. The energy crisis affects the prices of foodstuff. And here, I believe, we as EU need to find some other measures which will bring the results to us, which will assure that we could maintain employment. We could say a lot of things to our people about the legal documents, about strategic and so on. But at the moment, when they lose their jobs, we have nothing to offer them. And this is the basis which we have to manage. So this is the task which is ahead of us. I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to thank Nicholas for this forum and for all this discussion. And I believe we will continue in this work even after this forum. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Deputy Prime Minister Jurečka, for your words. Thank you for attending. We've already had one anniversary. We've already celebrated one anniversary today. Well, here's the second. The Pact for Skills was launched exactly 2 years ago in November 2020. It's an initiative that wants to encourage companies for a greener future, obviously, and more high-quality jobs. And I think after 2 years, it's safe to say that it is a success story, because so far 999 members have joined that Pact for Skills. And for the number 1,000, the 1,000th member, actually, we're actually going to do it live here on stage. And for that, it's my great pleasure to welcome back on stage the European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, Nicolas Schmit, as well as the 1,000th member of the Pact, the European heating industry, represented by Federica Sabati. Please give him a hand. Congratulations, and Commissioner, take it away.
Well, first I would say it's a great pleasure to celebrate a second anniversary, which is based on the pillar, by the way, the Pact for Skills. And it is also a great pleasure to give today the recognition for the 1,000th member of the Pact for Skills. And I think it's also a very interesting signal, because it is the European heating industry. And I think when we are talking about transition, and we are heating about how to limit CO2 emissions, heating industry is playing a fundamental role. So it's a great pleasure, Madam Federica Sabati.
Pronounced very well.
Yeah, thank you. Sabati, to give you this recognition for being the 1,000th member of the Pact for Skills. I take a commitment. We have to make this Pact for Skills a big, big, big success for the coming years. This is a very important issue. Also, having listened to the different remarks also from young people, skills is an important part of our solution to the problems and in the transition. So thank you very much for joining the Pact of Skills, and I'm looking forward to working with you. So now it's to recognize this.
And I have only joined. I haven't done anything yet.
Yeah, but you are lucky to be the 1,000th member to have joined, not 999, 1,000.
That's so
thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And I think the flowers,
Hey.
this is also nice. So the flowers is for you too. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Thank you.
Thanks. And I think I'm
Voila. That's it. Okay.
So much. Wow. It's not just that. No, it's all you. It's all you.
It's
as
all
a matter
for
of
you.
fact. Yeah, it's all for you. I hope you can fit it in your suitcase, but it's a lovely bouquet, and the thousands member is now officially part of the Pact for Skills. Once again, the second anniversary, and therefore the thousands member, I think it fits in quite nicely. Thank you so much for your representation, your participation, Federica Sabati, obviously representing the European heating industry today, signing up to the Pact for Skills. We actually, before we move on, we have 2 video testimonials from previous members who have signed up for this Pact of Skills. They are, she is the CEO of Solar Power Europe, Walburga Hemetsberger, and the Deputy CEO of Wind Europe, Malgosia Bartosik. Let's see what they have to say.
Hi, my name is Malgosia Bartosik. I'm Deputy CEO in Wind Europe, the European association that promotes wind energy development across Europe. When we think about green transition, we often think about technologies that are going to make it possible. So we think about solar panels and wind turbines. But that's only part of the story. The green transition is as much about technology as it is about people. The European Commission foresees 510 gigawatts of wind energy by 2030, and this is up from 190 that we have today. So this is a significant increase in the volume of projects that needs to be installed in a very, very short time. Let's work together also on harmonization of education and training requirements and skills across the whole EU, so that we can allow skilled workers to work in different countries and without additional certification required. Today we have 300,000 people that work in wind sector across Europe. And what we need is 150,000 more in the next 5 years in order to deliver these projects on time. Apart from managers, engineers, technicians, we also need to develop new skills in digitalization, robotics, AI, ICT, but also health and safety. We need to be open also to reskilling of workers from other sectors, such as coal miners. And we must work towards improving the whole diversity and inclusivity of our sector, so that we can ensure that the transition is not only green, but also just. The challenge in front of us is significant, and we really need all hands on deck. The industry, public institutions, academia, professional training communities, as well as all Europeans that can benefit from these new jobs that are offered. As part of the European Commission's Pact for Skills, Wind Europe builds partnerships, raises awareness about these topics, gathers information, and also exchange on best practices from different partners. Last year, Wind Europe, we joined the large-scale partnerships for Pact for Skills in the offshore renewable energy sector. And now we are working on a very similar initiative, but for onshore wind. We need wind energy to decarbonize our economy and improve our energy security. And we have the technology. Let's make sure we also have people. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Walburga Hemetsberger. I'm the CEO of Solar Power Europe. Solar is breaking annual installation records every year. This past summer, solar saved Europeans an estimated 29 billion euros in gas consumption. And this year, we're pretty confident that we will hit more than 40 gigawatt of additional installations. And that is 10 gigawatt more than what we installed last year. And last year was already a record year, an equivalent of more than 12 million European homes no longer being dependent on Russian gas. We need to install solar across Europe, from Finland to Spain, from Poland to Belgium. And we cannot let the shortage of skilled workers hold us back. And this is why it is so important to have this partnership, where this partnership comes in. First, we need to build European awareness and excitement about the massive amount of solar job opportunities that we can offer. And there is really a lot. By 2030, we need more than 1 million workers, up from the 470,000 roundabout that we have today. If we're growing further at the current pace and reaching the 1 terawatt of solar by 2030, we will even need 1.5 million workers by 2030. Second, we need to make sure Europeans are empowered with the right skills to access all these solar job opportunities. And the EU Pact for Skills and the Onshore Renewable Energy Partnership are key tools to leverage the workforce we need. Because working together, we can share best practices, we can ensure that funding is available to get the right training programs and to run awareness-raising campaigns. And make sure Europe knows that the energy transition is for everyone.
There we heard from two more companies who are part of the Pact for Skills, Wind Europe and Solar Power Europe. And by the way, the certificate that Ms. Sabati will take with her includes a new Pact for Skills logo that companies will be able to use on their website and social media, in a sense, testifying and affirming that they are part of this initiative for a greener future and more high-quality jobs. To wrap up this portion of the second anniversary of the Pact for Skills, we actually have one more testimonial. This one, however, in person. Is a company called Yamamai, and for that, please welcome the head of CSR and Innovation, Barbara Cimino.
Hi.
Hi, good to have you with us.
Hi. Thank you for this invitation.
Of course, of course.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I think we can hear you loud and clear. If you don't mind, we can stand here in the middle. Everybody can see and hear us well. Barbara, for those, maybe just in one sentence, for those who may not be familiar with Yamamai, what exactly does your company
Yamamai is
sell?
a brand of underwear and swimming suit. We distribute in 40 countries in the world. We are based in Italy, in Gallarate. We are mainly retailers, not just producers. And we participate, we join actually Sistema Moda Italia, that is the National Association for Textiles in Italy.
Very well, thank you.
This is the reason why I'm here.
And you are also a member, of course, of Eurotex, the coordinator of the textiles, leather and footwear large-scale partnership under this very pact. Why is this partnership important to your company?
Okay, let me focus on some points that are very important to clarify. First of all, what is going on in the textiles industry, especially for this twin transition. Textiles is involved in the digital and environmental transition. And in this way, it's easier to understand what kind of problem we are going to face in the next future. Being part of sectorial business associations at the national as well as at European level is strategic and relevant for Yamamai, for my brand, as it allows us to have a deeper insight in the next directive and regulations that will arrive from the Commission. So it's an overview of what is going on in Europe. We aim to play, as Yamamai, an active role in the implementation of the strategy for sustainable and circular textiles and to take action in order to be competitive. The TCLF Pact for Skills partnership is important for our sector to bring all stakeholders to the table, as we are doing today. It creates visibility for ongoing projects and makes it possible to share best practices among the signatories of the Pact. It is a European approach to deal with problem, to join forces and to learn from each other and to draw attention to the textile sector. The textile sector mainly suffers from a lack of young people, as we have been discussing during this afternoon, searching for a career in this industry. The workforce is constantly aging. Over 40% of our employees are over 50 years old. The European partnership is the facilitator to start a Europe-wide campaign that should create a positive dynamic in the sector, as well as show to young people, and especially to their parents, the many new career possibilities also brought by the twin transition. Through this partnership, it will be possible to direct more support to the sector, as well as dedicating funding for skills in the textiles industry, especially for small, medium enterprises.
Thank you for the background. Lifelong learning, obviously, being at the forefront. Yeah, Barbara,
so I think it's more clear that Yamamais is involved in Sistema Moda Italia, and Sistema Moda Italia is part of Eurotex.
An interesting fact, when I read up on your company, you actually have a training app for staff and courses on green management. What is that about?
Actually, we did the two things together. During the pandemic, we created our digital application, whose name is the Yama app. And it was not just a reaction to the pandemic and to the management of COVID protocols, but also a way to teach about management and sustainability. The first sessions that we opened on our application were just about these two subjects, but then the application has grown and today provides a good overview on 18 subjects just in our company. And one very important thing, because in sustainability you always need to measure what you do, is the track and tracing add-ins, monitor in a clear way the progresses of our users, allowing us to improve strategically the contents of the app. And we are also using this app for training our marketing, research and development teams on the importance of the green claim. And also because in our company we believe that it is absolutely strategic our commitment to fighting the greenwashing risk.
And sustainability is a term you've mentioned a couple of times now for a good reason. Can you be a bit more specific? I know you are training your staff, you're trying to develop some skills on environmental sustainability. Which one specifically?
This is actually a crucial subject because we are about to receive more regulation about the green claim. We believe that one of the decisive aspects of the transition from a linear economy to a circular economy is the change in consumers' attitudes. And because we are retailers, directing their choices towards conscious purchases is the future of sustainable shopping. On this important topic, we have trained our communication, marketing, research people to perform not only their specific function, but also train them to cooperate together, because this is another important topic that has been discussed together, how to co-create, how to share information inside companies. By presenting also this application to the supply chain, we teach them about our sustainability strategy and the digital tools we created to support the cooperation with the supply chain, and we promote their involvement towards our goals. We are also enhancing training with this application, but also on-site training for PLM and 3D, because we believe that these two technologies, combined with an upcoming modern infrastructure in the sector, are key for the development of the digital product passports and are key for the development of new sustainable products.
Well, listening to you, the two previous video testimonials, and of course welcoming the 1000th member commissioner, I think you would agree that the Pact is in good hands and will flourish in the years to come. Thank you so much, Barbara Cimino from Yamamai, for joining us here on stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing.
I appreciate it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to a very exciting panel now, a panel debate on green and fair future, basically incorporating and encapsulating everything that we've talked about now in a panel discussion here, a very high-level panel discussion, which I'm very much looking forward to. First up, he's the Greek Minister of Labor and Social Affairs. Please welcome Konstantinos Hatzidakis. Hello, Minister. Good to have you. Please take a seat. This one we will do sitting. It's too long to be standing. So please have a seat. She's the chair of the high-level group on the future of social protection and of the welfare state, as well as the president of the Dictio Network. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Anna Diamantopoulou. Anna, good to see you again. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
Awesome. Have a seat wherever you want. And yes, right there, beautiful. I will be sitting right in between you. She's a professor of research policy at the School of Economics and Management at Lund University in Sweden. Please welcome Professor Sylvia Schwarzenegger. And the fourth, actually, this is it, Minister, please have a seat by all means. And we are being joined live also by the CEO of Solvay. If I understand correctly, she should be joining us. Ilham Kadri is with us. Let's see. There she is. Wonderful.
Hello.
Let's kick it off right away because we have lots to go through within a relatively short amount of time. Minister, if you don't mind, I'll go to Ilham for a second. Ilham, good to see you. Last time you and I were on stage together in Paris at the Harvard Business School Alumni Summit, and those were exactly the topics we discussed back then, and of course now again. Everybody's talking about the year 2050, net zero, the path for a brighter future. Just generally, before we go into the specifics of your field, in what kind of world would you hope to live in by 2050? It's not a fantasy figure, is it? This is a little over, it's in 20-30 years, we'll get there. All the things that we've talked about today, what we can achieve, what we must achieve, how do we get there, Ilham?
Yeah, well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. 2050, I'm a mom of a 17-year-old boy, and in 2050, my son will be 45 years old. And I hope for him and his generation that they will live in a safer, cleaner, with no climate risks, environment, because we would have found scientific solution. His generation would live in a more inclusive world where diversity is not an anecdote anymore, and that leaves nobody behind. But as you know, hope is not a strategy. There is a triple transition, environmental, digital, the just transition that we have to undertake to create this ideal world. And this is augmented by the current energy crisis in Europe and the unprecedented inflationary environment. So I consider tackling inequality as a business imperative as much as a moral one. We are doing this because we must not leave anybody behind, because it impacts the bottom line. So we're not doing it for charity. And more precisely, we tend to forget that inequality will affect business continuity. As a businesswoman leading a company like Solvay, it's so important that we give it the same sense of urgency as the climate. And it's not the environment on one hand and the people on the other hand. It has to be the planet and the people. So yeah, I mean, that's important. And there are a lot of non-profit perspectives. I have the honor to chair the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, the WBCSD, with 200 company members across the world. We launched the Business Commission to tackle inequality work stream. We discuss human rights, living wages, and more. There is CSR Europe. There is a roundtable where we have business for inclusive growth, the B4G, and reskilling. At Solvay, we have our own initiatives, not only our Code of Business Integrity, which is our Bible, but our Solvay One Dignity program and a roadmap and inclusiveness program, the Solve Solidarity Fund to support the vulnerable, the COVID victims in our communities, for example. So to finish with, the journey to 2050 vision looks far away, but it's not. And it cannot be one woman show, one government show, or one business show. We need each others. We need partnerships. We need collective initiatives. And I'm proud to see that we are moving in the right direction, yet it's not just fast enough.
Indeed.
Back to you.
Thank you, Ilham. Indeed, the time is moving fast, Minister. Good to have you with us. 2050 is the number that we're talking here at the moment. Of course, today, again, there were pleasing commitments for a more sustainable, fair, and more prosperous, inclusive EU. These are now constants in any speeches given about and within the EU. But how do we get there? How do we get there? What is your vision for 2050?
First of all, thank you for inviting me here. I have to tell you that I've been a member of the European Parliament for certain years, but also I've been Minister for Environment and Energy, and afterwards, Minister of Labour and Social Affairs. So I have a global experience, let's say, regarding this issue, and from the very beginning I would like to underline that we have to strike a right balance. Green future and fair future. It is more than necessary to proceed as regards greening of our energy. For obvious reasons, it is redundant to explain why, and at the same time, we have to deal with the social repercussions. And this is what we are doing, actually. In Greece, we have an ambitious program of decarbonization, both for obvious environmental reasons, but also for economic reasons, because based on lignite in Greece has proven detrimental to the basic electricity company in Greece. So we took the decision, the Prime Minister himself, Mr. Mitsotakis, took the decision to initiate this program of decarbonization, an ambitious program. At the beginning, the aim for decarbonizing the country was 2028, to finish the whole process by 2028. Of course, there have been some problems due to the energy crisis, the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, and the relevant increase of the gas prices. Someone has to be, to take into account all these developments, but at the same time, I have to underline that even more, this crisis shows to everyone the need to have a green energy approach, not only for environmental reasons, but also because we cannot depend on Russia. So the recent developments in the gas markets underline the need to accelerate the whole process, and I'm proud to say that Greece is 7th in the global ranking as regards the participation of renewables to the electricity production. This is a result of certain policies implemented in Greece, and will continue this effort, combining, as I said, the greening of the energy market with addressing the social repercussions.
Mm-hmm. You certainly alluded to the geopolitical disruptions, unfortunately, that we're seeing these days. We'll dive more into that particular subject matter, but of course, as someone who is currently the Minister of Labour and Social Affairs and previously had the portfolio of environment. You're, of course, at the perfect threshold and intersection of what we're trying to achieve and talk about here today. Anna, good to see you again as well. Last time you and I saw each other at a conference in Berlin. Good to see you here back on stage once more. We're talking about how to achieve a more green and fair future by 2050. Let's chime in. Where do you come in? What is your personal vision here?
In the title of the conference, it is about a more fair, more prosperous, and more green Europe. So I would say that this is what I would like to see in 2050. Is it easy? No, it is not. And what does it mean for all of us, and what are our obligations? So I focus firstly in the 2050. Yes, it is, we could say that this moment is quite near to us. But if we take into account what happens the last 2 years, the number and the quality of the events, we could say that 2050 is far away, which means that we cannot predict. I mean, the Oracle of Delphi does not work anymore, and we cannot just make predictions. What we can do is that with all our data, with our science, with our scientists, with our research, we can put in place scenarios. We can see foresight methodologies and see scenarios in order to prepare ourselves. To prepare ourselves in 2 dimensions. The first one has to do with the megatrends, because 21st century is full of different megatrends. It is digitalization, it is climate change, it is demographics, which is such a big problem in Europe, but exactly the opposite in Africa, which means that migration is an issue. And globalization, which has brought to us some forms of interdependence, very problematic ones, as the dependence of the energy dependence of Russia. So on the other side, we have the crisis, the megatrends and the crisis, and this the economic crisis, the climate crisis, the war, it is the energy crisis. On the one side, we have to work in long term, so long-term policies and reforms, and on the other side, we have to act here and now, because this is policy, this is politics. You have to see forward and you have to act now. How can we do this? I think on the one side, I could answer what is the role of our high-level group that Commissioner Smith has already established. And it means that we work on the impact of megatrends, of the new societal needs, of the marginal and limits of economic situation of the countries. And given all this, we have to propose to design and propose reforms that could change the situation. But, and this is my last point, I think there are bigger issues. And I think there are 3 of them. The first one is that I believe that we have to change the treaty as soon as possible with new common policies, particularly in energy and in defense. The second one is that we have to review the Growth and Stability Fund, Pact, because we have to support countries in a rational, of course, way, because we know what it means, to support all member states in this difficult situation. And the third one is to proceed to bold reforms to all welfare state, health systems, pandemic, educational system, digital and climate skills, and social protection.
So certainly a bold a bold agenda that you are proposing. Many reforms need to be installed in order to have that desired outcome. Thank you, Anna, for the time being. I will, of course, revert back to you in just a moment. Let me bring in, to wrap up the first round, Sylvia as well, of course. Great to have you with us, and to stay consistent under the theme of our personal visions of 2050 here for a green greener and a more fair future? Where do you come in?
I think, I agree with a lot that has been said. First of all, I agree with Ilham that things are happening, but they're not happening fast enough. I also agree very much with you on the points of the need for bolder measures, such as a common energy or defense policy. I think, as somebody who's been trying to work with innovation policy, research innovation policy for 20 years, I think that we're currently living in a unique moment of history and a uniquely important moment of history. And it is the first time that we are faced with existential threats of our own making, but we also have at our disposal the means to put us on a better path for the future. And that's why the philosopher William MacAskill recently talked about the beginning of history, that we're actually potentially at the beginning of history, but if we don't do things right quickly, we might quickly be facing the end of history, and not in the way that Francis Fukuyama meant at the end of the Cold War. So I think it is a unique moment in history and a uniquely important moment, and what that means is that we don't have a blueprint. We have not been at this time. We cannot rely on the past, and we cannot rely on our existing ways of producing, consuming, governing, teaching, educating to get us to where we need to be, and not in time. So I think this is one of the things that I'm concerned about, and for a long time, Europe has been, I think, very committed to research and innovation and to seeing research and innovation as the way to help us solve our problems, because we will need knowledge, technology, and innovation to change a lot of the things that we need to change fundamentally. But as somebody, I am half American, half German, half Chinese, so I'll let you do the math on that. But I recently was in San Francisco, which is where I spent an important part of my childhood. And if you look at San Francisco and see the unique concentration of talent, of wealth, of patents, coinciding with what I find a uniquely depressing concentration of homelessness, then it will tell you that we cannot rely on science, technology, and innovation alone, or on its own, or unfettered, to bring us to where we need to get. And I think we're going to have to change a number of things quite fundamentally, and I thought the point raised by the person before, where do I get the appropriate education, is a very relevant one. I was in the management of one of the largest research universities in Europe, and I can tell you, I think we're not performing on lifelong learning. I don't think we're living up to the educational needs for leadership for the future. So this is where I'm at. I think it's our choice right now, whether this is going to be the beginning of history or the end of history. And if we want it to be the beginning, we're going to have to do a whole lot of things quite fundamentally different.
And if it is coming from a university professor who's dealing on a daily basis with the next generation, certainly that should give us pause and some moment to reflect. Your words pretty much echo what Professor Mazzucato also said earlier today. Ilham, I'm going to come to you in a second, but I want to give the minister opportunity to respond to this, because the theme today throughout has always been, as the professor instigated and reiterated, we cannot go on as we used to be. We have too many crises at the same time. We're reaching a critical juncture. You as a minister know this all too well. Many of those problems land on your very desk. So the call for a new thinking, a completely new approach, how open are you to that? How open is the political elite to that?
I think that we are condemned to respond to the challenges of the new era, given that we have a surplus of problems and challenges. And we have to act and act rapidly. Believe me, people in the regions involved, I refer to the regions based on lignite, and linked to lignite production in Greece, people are not very happy with this transition program of the government. I mean, okay, there are those supporting the idea, but generally speaking, there is some anxiety because they are used to live with lignite. They have a certain lifestyle linked for decades to this lignite electricity-based electricity production. So you have to explain, and you have to convince them that we go to this direction, both, as I said, for environmental and for economic reasons. Environmental reasons because we have, very serious health problems in these regions. And for economic reasons, because we pay the cost of using lignite dearly. And if we continue to do so, the situation will become even worse. But at the same time, you have to explain, you have to convince them that you will implement a program which will address the repercussions of the decarbonization process and address them immediately. We do have not only an ambitious but a very pragmatic program going up to 5 billion euros, an enormous program by Greek standards, at least an unprecedented program, trying to combine attracting investments in various sectors, agriculture, agrotourism, new technologies, and so on, and also reskilling and upskilling the workforce in the regions. And we started implementing this process. We have a significant interest on behalf of investors, Greek investors, and foreign investors who will invest there because they see huge opportunities for them. But at the same time, we started with the Public Employment Service implementing these programs I mentioned to deal with the social repercussions. And of course, we'll continue explaining the details of the programs, the various aspects, but I think that only the implementation itself will convince people that a better life will come, because this is what I believe.
Explanations can only go so far. At the end of the day, the convincing part only comes through the implementation, of course, to bring everyone on board and make them believers. I think the anxiety that you talked about your people having, about the Greek people, I think that's globally at this particular point, certainly in Europe and beyond. Ilham Kadri, of course, is still joining us online, which is a good reminder to everyone else joining us online. Please, you're part of this discussion. Submit your questions here via Slido as well. Ilham, you've been listening to this conversation about global anxiety, about people rather frustrated with the current system. You are a leader, you're a business leader, you have to lead by example. What are you doing in that regard, and what is your advice to everyone else out there? What is the message you want to convey here?
Well, again, we cannot do it alone, but you're right. Each company, each institution should do their part. There are different transitions going on, and the green one is changing our lives. And again, it has to be aligned with the just transition. There are, in our companies, we have 3 types of changes. Technological one, I think the panelists talked about the role of innovation. It's extremely important. We need to stop talking about the end of life of products, but rather the end of the first usage. It's changing fully the training of our chemists, which they should get at school before in academia, before even coming to a company like Solvay. It's changing the way we innovate, new ways of manufacturing and decreasing our environmental footprints. We committed to neutrality. We are spending money in it. It's 2 billion euro for 10 billion euro company, right, by 2050 as an investment. So it's not cheap, but we committed because it's just the cost of not doing it is higher than the cost of doing it, and increase the lifetime of everything we do, be greedy with natural resources and switch to new marketing mode. The minister stated that reskilling and upskilling is so important. 20 million Europeans we need to be reskilled by 2030. to take up new occupation. And it's important for us because as much as we are an industrial chemical company, we are hiring digital scientists, we are hiring biochemists, we are hiring biologists, right, to get into that circularity. We also need to have a mindset change and behavior change, including inside our organization, from the new ways of working. I mean, COVID has disrupted the way we look at working, home office, hybrid work, etc. But also sponsoring training program related to sustainability, attract and retain talent. Our employees are asking us for more of this, working with local communities like we've never done before. And this cultural change is happening inside our walls and outside our walls, so it's important. And the last one is really the structural change through new governance schemes. We are including, for example, our sustainability program, our Solvi One Dignity upfront in our strategic decision. We launched an ESG board committee last year, along with the audit committee and the financial committee. So it's important that we don't just do it in the headquarters. Sustainability cannot be a strategy. It has to be part of your business strategy. And then the talent is all about people. Generation Z, I start with my son, I finish with him, his generation Z, and many more talent do not want to enter to a company which is not committed in terms of sustainability with tangible targets. We need to walk the talk. By the way, those targets, both on the climate, resources, and better life, the people, impact my pocket, the pocket of our organization, up to 15% actually on our variable compensation every year, and 20% in the long-term incentive on greenhouse gas emissions. So all in all, we need to walk the talk. But we need an ecosystem again and again. We cannot do it alone. We need green input energy to support us as a company to decarbonize our industry. We need talent, we need academia to disrupt, we need innovation, and we need authorities and frameworks, right, to make it happen, including through policies. I'm not a policy maker, so policies need to support recycling, circularity, to force us to drive innovation forward. Back to you.
Thank you so much. By the way, somebody anonymous wrote, thank you for your hard work, involvement, and role in shaping values which influence the aspirations of my generation. Entire generation didn't address anyone in particular, so you can all take the credit. Yeah. I don't know who is actually meant by that, but it definitely sounded good. We are, of course, at the European Employment and Social Rights Forum. Anna, you are the chair of the high-level group on the future of social protection. Let's get a bit more specific here. Not all households are alike. We all know this in the green transition. There are some vulnerable households that have become even more vulnerable due to the energy emergency here. How do we bring them all on board? How do we make sure that climate action that we all want and propagate and want to promote and deepen is not a luxury item, that everybody can participate in it, but also can benefit from it?
There are two different questions. The first one, the fact is that those for whom the transition is most difficult are the ones who are in the end of a mission, the lowest end of a mission. Now, trying to be practical, if we want to, in your question, I could say that it is very difficult. I mean, we all know that the years to come are not easy, and we have to proceed with many reforms and supporting people. Otherwise, we're going to have problems in our societies. Now, more concrete. When we're talking about the impact of climate crisis, not the climate change, on the one side, we have the damages, the health and material damages because of fires, because of floods, because of any kind of catastrophes, because of extreme events. In this case, the households have huge problems because there are problems with the houses, with the cars, there are businesses who are destroyed, there are people who lose their jobs. And in this case, it is very difficult to see how governments will support these people. For the time being, there are private insurance products, but they're too costly. I mean, the middle and low income households cannot afford it. So we have to work with schemes with the public sector, cooperation public and private sector, for insurance products that are available for all in these cases. So this is the damages. On the other side, we have the transition period. The transition period, sorry, I'm always talking to sorry. The transition period means changes in production from the agriculture sector to manufacture. And so we have to invest on people, which means green jobs and green skills. Not very clear for the time being, but we know that we have to make this transition. We have to support companies, enterprises, big and small, in order to reach to the goals for 2030. And we have to support particular regions. We have already heard from Mr. Hatzidakis, and this is the case in the majority of member states, that there are regions which are more vulnerable from the others because of coal mines, because of other kind of mines, or because of general policies of delignitization and decarbonization. And the next important thing is the energy poverty, which is here and which will stay with us. And energy poverty, you know, it has many definitions, but energy, in order to deal with energy poverty, first of all, we have to see the energy policies, innovation, new areas of investment, etc. We have to support households in order to have their own sources of heat, particularly. The Czech Vice Prime Minister have already told about that. And the governments must be ready to support the bills for these people. Now, if it is a luxury or not, I am quite pessimistic on how people, the majority of people, are sensitive with this issue, because history tells us that people learn by experience. You cannot persuade them to change their lives because in 10 years or in 30 years this will happen and the other will happen, particularly when there is a cost and the change in their lives. So what I believe, in a few words, is that we have to change our approach, our storytelling, not by creating fear to people. Yep. We need another fashion in our dresses, in our consumption, in our food, in our houses, in our traveling, in our tourism. And this is for the Western countries, and for all the countries who have the same model of consumption. Yep. China, for example. Yep. When we're talking about Africa, it is a totally different approach and different policy.
But it's clear that we are in unison here as far as a new way of thinking is concerned. In fact, Nelson Gallego is saying, I think this is to you, Sylvia, I completely agree with the professor. We are very far from tackling the real problem and the different issues for change. If not already passed, we are on the limit of passing the no return point. As a university professor, of course, you are dealing with the younger generation on a daily basis. Many of them are here with us in the audience as well. And it is a bit of a common wisdom, common phrase that the younger generation, quote unquote, gets it. They are more in tune, they are more conscious of these issues, and they are more open to these changes, and perhaps even more demanding. Does that match with your personal reality when you speak to your students?
I would say a lot of it does, compared to when I was young. And I mean, this is one thing I would like to say. I think it's a very scary time to be young, but it's also an incredibly meaningful time to be young. When I compare that with when I was young, it seemed like a very inane time to be young. But I think what I see today is that the young generation sees no conflict between doing well and doing good. Whereas I think when I grew up, when I was young, it was more about, do you want to make a lot of money or do you want to help the world? And I think this conflict has sort of, they don't see a conflict because there can no longer be a conflict in that. And that's what you're talking about, is that we need a new narrative. We have to stop going around and saying, you know, that sustainability and growth or sustainability and jobs are in eternal friction, because we have no choice but to reconcile them. And I think looking at this narrative, there are examples that should give us hope. I can give you one example from northern Sweden, which was a region that was quite economically depressed for a while, and where people left in droves because there were no employment opportunities, and where the industry was really not creating jobs, like, for example, mining. And there we've had this upswing in the last couple of years with one of the first regions that has invested quite heavily in green steel, which is now attracting people. It's where our country, Sweden, is growing, I think, the fastest right now, and where there's a huge demand both for medium and highly skilled labor. So I think this is what we need in terms of a narrative. I think also what's happening is, there was a question in the chat about, you know, what happens at a regional level on how can we support smooth job-to-job transitions. And I think that when it comes to combining the three different dimensions of sustainability, economic, environmental, and social, I think that we need to focus a lot more on the regional and local context, because I think they're extremely powerful in agreeing on a social contract where they can actually square this equation. And that will also then give us examples, dynamics to tackle these. Sometimes I think we, at the risk of being controversial, I think we focus too much on the nation state level, because I think it's not necessarily always there we're going to find the answers to how we combine economic, social, environmental sustainability. So that would be my answer. Sometimes I wish, my personal wish is that the students would push a little harder for changes in the curriculum and for renewal of education. That is something I sometimes lack.
Very profound words and observation from Silvia, from the professor. And staying on that theme, Minister, Adina and Marina Bulumak are saying, how can we start to implement this awareness on this younger generation, 46 years old? I don't know if, I'm not sure that's the younger generation, but who have both the power and the money to really change the direction. They're saying, my grandfather, 78 years old, was among the first to apply for the green program supported by my government. When you speak to the younger generation in Greece, what is your impression? Is that the awareness that we need to create? Is that there? Is that your understanding? Is that your impression?
Necessarily, I'll speak politically now, because you referred to.
You are a minister. You are forgiven. Yes, you know.
In Greece, we have been affected first by populism, and we defeated populism first. And in order to deal with both right-wing and left-wing populism, you have to be clear. You have to be pragmatic, and you have, as I said before, to explain and inspire. And I agree with Mrs. Diamantopoulou that we must not threaten people, and especially the youth, for the future, but we have to convince them that by adapting and by responding to the new challenges, we are working for them, for a better future for the youth. Of course, it is not difficult, believe me. We have been even to the brink of disaster in Greece, especially in 2015, dealing, as I said, with the repercussions of populism. But we convinced people that common sense path was necessary for the country. This is what we are doing. Of course, there are problems to deal with every day. You have to explain, you have to convince, especially in the regions affected by what we are discussing today, the decarbonization process. But I continue to believe that at the end of the day will succeed.
Well, that would have been a lovely final word, but we're not quite there yet. But you can repeat it once we get there in about 10, 15 minutes when we wrap up. Ilham, let me come to you again.
And also, I have to tell you, because we are criticizing the European Commission for doing this or not doing that, but that talking about this issue, we are grateful, the Greek government, to the European Commission for being quite generous as regards community funding for the just transition in Greece.
And also evident by the fact that this forum is taking place, I think, is a very powerful and strong. So I think the idea was that the 40 to 60-year-old bracket, they have both the power and the money. They are the ones who can drive this change, and so on and so forth. Ilham, again, we are at the European Employment and Social Rights Forum. We've talked skills here, of course. We've talked lifelong learning, skills that you have to instill in your employees on a daily basis. What is the mindset moving forward for you as a role model, as a business leader at the forefront, since we are about to wrap up here and get some final thoughts and conclusions? The minister already was hopeful. He says he's hopeful about the future, that we will see the changes necessary in order to thrive. Do you share his optimism?
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. I'm an optimistic humanist, right? So I share all the optimism of the world. And I think the professor said it. It's scary, but it's formidable to be young at this time, right? I wish I am, young again and doing my career. And by the way, there is an urgency to rethink career paths, as well as upskilling, reskilling plans to bridge the gap between industry traditional roles, the green jobs, and future jobs. I think that we are now, structuring multidisciplinary projects around the company's transition priorities, exposing our emerging talents to new fields. It's not only chemistry or industrial, it's digital, it's green, it's sustainable, it's circular. Areas are blurring in science, and I have a scientific background. So we don't like monolithic, training anymore. We like those blurring areas from biology to biochemistry, to develop the green hydrogen of the world, to develop better batteries for EV and hybrids, decarbonize our industry. And it will boost, the employees' exposure to external networks as well, to really face the market reality and adopt new practices and awareness about the priorities. So there is a need for companies like ours to reimagine ourselves. I mean, Solvay is a 160-year-old company or young company. And to stay relevant tomorrow, we need to challenge ourselves, right? What brought us here will not take us there. And we need to identify those new ways of thinking, of innovating, of attracting people, of retaining them, right? Because the best leave you first if you don't do the right thing. So I think it's the right time, right? With all these crises, it's a wake-up call, showing up our vulnerabilities. But I think I have every hope, right? I mean, I'm a believer in human ingenuity at the service of progress and new forms of progress. And I'm sure that the climate challenges will find scientific answers to that. The employment without people, we are nobody. So you need to reskill, upskill the current generation and prepare the Generation Z to adopt new ways of thinking, and definitely don't do chemistry like I did it 30 years ago. Do it differently. Use the waste. If you reuse the waste, it's not a waste anymore. So I think I have every hope that our successors, they will do a better job than we do.
Thank you. A very hopeful and optimistic message. I don't want to spoil the party here, Anna, but at the end of the day, we are, of course, we all wish for a more sustainable, for a more fair future. But again, as the chair of the high-level group on the future of social protection of the welfare state, isn't the current reality that more and more people are feeling left behind, are rather struggling, anxiety, as the minister is saying? The optimism is, of course, well received here and perhaps much needed, but the reality speaks a different language, no?
Yes. First, I will make a national comment. Mr. Hatzidakis has to be optimistic, otherwise he would have committed suicide, because every time there is a crisis in Greece, they ask him to deal with the crisis. Energy crisis, transport crisis, social crisis. So every time he's there. So he has survived because he's optimistic. I believe that we have to be realistic. Realists. I mean, things are very difficult. We know it. We know that the whole situation, the geopolitical situation, the economic situation, inflation, etc., are very difficult. So, particularly in Europe, because we cannot speak for the whole world, we have this shield of our welfare state. I mean, we're very proud of this, but we know that this welfare state, beyond the criticism, is the best welfare state in the world. But it has been quite generous, and we cannot continue in the same way. So we have to have priorities. We have to identify the new societal needs, and we have to reform it according to these new societal needs. For example, I will give you some different cases. Long-term care. Now we are in a continent that the demographic problem is number one. The over 80 people, the over 80 years old people, is a huge percentage. So we need new kind of services, and we need money for these services. We need a very big fundamental reform in our health system. We saw that during the pandemic, they were not resilient. They have to be resilient. They have to be digitalized. We have to reform our educational system. And here, I will finish with that. I will conclude with that, because I have been Minister of Education and Commissioner for Employment and Social Affairs. So here is the links. I believe there are two major issues that we have to change, and it's not easy. The first one, it is the curricula in educational systems at all levels. I mean, primary school, secondary school, and universities. And I could give the title Aristoteles and Code, which means what Aristoteles symbolizes. Any kind of humanity and social science. I mean, the role of nature, the role of morality, the role of relationships, the role of emotions. And on the other side, we need the code. I say it as a symbol, because this is the language of the machines in this new era. So a totally new approach in the educational systems, and we have to do it now. Yeah. And the second one is lifelong learning. Already has been referred. Lifelong learning is number one priority since I was commissioner 20 years ago. And it is still. But what are the results? I mean, only in a few countries the majority of people participate. So I believe that the time has come that lifelong learning will be a social right of a new generation. So the state to be obliged to offer lifelong learning, and the citizens to have the duty to participate and to certify his or her knowledge. And I think there are very, very fundamental changes, and we have seen it in Korea, in Singapore, in Denmark, but not in many European countries.
And you're certainly coming from it, from a very interesting and diverse background, as you said, a very distinguished career in politics. Now, from a different angle, you can certainly see behind the curtains. Silvia, as a professor of research policy at the School of Economics and Management at Lund University, we know the facts, don't we? I mean, people are saying, let's do some more research. What do the facts say? What does science say? But at the end of the day, is there a lack of data, or we're just not good at making use and utilizing the data that is already at our disposal?
I would say we definitely have a problem with the latter. I think that there is a lot of knowledge, there is a lot of data. Sometimes
more than we need.
Yeah. Well, yes, it's hard to. I think there's a challenge. I mean, I think there's a challenge for policymakers to penetrate all the knowledge there is because we don't make it accessible enough. I know that at the university we often talk about fact resistance, but I feel like we make it sound like it's something that afflicts our society, and we have no blame in it. I think we always have to think about, you know, what creates resistance to facts. Maybe we need to always strive to be better to communicate the knowledge and the data that is there and to help people curate knowledge. I think one of the big problems that we face today is that our problems are complex and they're connected. And it's not enough to be an engineer or a physicist or a chemist or a political scientist to understand. You need all the disciplines, and that's what you're talking about. And as a politician or policymaker, how do you access, how do you curate, how do you extract from all these different disciplines what you should be doing? And I think that's where we need to do a lot more. If I may make one more point, I think one of the things I think Ilham started, we're doing some things right, but we're not doing it quickly enough. And I think this is one of the things that accelerating things is not as trivial as it sounds. I think that's the problem. I mean, we need to do things a lot quicker. But as some of us who've worked in policymaking and in academia, we know that our processes are really just not rigged for acceleration. And I think that's something that we really need to figure out.
And picking up on what Patricia is asking here, perhaps Sylvia, we've talked about changing our ways of lives. Are there some examples you can think of, countries, communities who have done that, who are successful at it?
Well, historically, I mean, there are countries, you mentioned Korea, that has been extremely successful at transforming, but is now facing also very similar challenges to ours, perhaps even worse from a demographic perspective. There are, I think, some interesting regions and cities that are doing things which we should look at more carefully and figure out how we can learn from and how we can perhaps diffuse and scale.
Which are some?
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of the major cities in Europe that are really going quite aggressively for carbon neutrality, but also while including the citizens. I think those are the keys. So you mentioned, I mean, there is this region in northern Sweden which really has managed to turn itself around from, you know, being something that everybody tried to leave. And so I think there are these examples, and we need to sort of bring those to the forefront and figure out how they did it. That's the kind of knowledge I don't think we have enough of.
And we certainly...
Can I have a point here?
Yes, please.
Because it is about the contract between companies and workers. Since there are so many big changes...
By the way, the question, because not everybody may see it, do we need a new contract between companies and workers for the benefit of all, and what would it look like? I think that's the one you're referring to.
And since we have so fundamental changes in the labor market, platform, part-time, everything has changed. I think we need a new charta for labor, for social and labor rights. So things will be more clear for workers and for companies, because we cannot enter the new era with what we had in our mind from the 70s and the 80s. Exactly. And this is a problem in the parties, in the syndicates, in the associations. So here is a real big problem.
Need to reformat that thinking. We certainly, because we are almost out of time, we need a different way of thinking, and we certainly have no lack of data here, if at all, probably too much. We just don't know how to make use of it. Still, if I can just ask you to complete this one sentence as briefly as you can, Minister. We all want a path to a more sustainable and fair future, and we will succeed because, please complete the sentence.
Because we'll predict the future, first of all, based on data. Secondly, because we'll be decisive to take the necessary decisions. And thirdly, because we'll be quite inspirational to inspire people and convince them to follow.
Ilham, we will succeed because?
We will succeed because we believe in the power of the and, A and D, because we can be good for the planet and the people and the profit. Back to you.
Anna?
Because every time we are in front of a crisis, we become better and more active.
Sylvia, you have the last word. We will succeed because?
Because we find the courage to take risks and to act.
Well, I think these are messages we can all take to heart for a wonderful, yes.
I would like to say a word, if you allow me.
Of course, before we wrap up.
Because I have been a commissioner and I always follow the employment and social affairs in Europe, I would like to tell you that I'm really impressed of what has been done the last 4 years within the crisis in the social sector at the European level. I mean, we never had so many projects, so many policies, and so many success. I would like to congratulate the Commissioner and, of course, the General Director.
We have two of the protagonists there.
He's right there, and he's been...
Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Korte.
And he has been... I watched you, Commissioner. You've been listening very carefully to what has been said here in the past 45 minutes. This wraps up the panel on a green and fair future. Huge thanks to the Greek Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, Konstantinos Hatzidakis, the chair of the high-level group on the future of social protection, Anna Diamantopoulou, of course, professor of research policy at Lund University, Sylvia Schwarzenegger. Thank you so much. And last but not certainly not least, thank you so much, Ilham Kadri, CEO of Solvay, for joining us online. This is your applause. Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Yes, you may exit as you wish. Thank you, Anna, and back to you, Sarah.
Nice and optimistic end to that panel. Well, we're drawing towards the end of day one now, and it's my great pleasure to invite to make some closing remarks and maybe to wrap up some of the things that we've all learnt and reflected upon today. He's the Director General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. It is Joost Korte.
Well, thank you very much for these nice introductory words, and indeed for me the great honor to say a few words at the end of this day. In fact, it was only an afternoon, but it feels to me like we've been here for 1 or more days. It's been extremely full, rich, and extremely dynamic. So you're looking at somebody who's very happy with the start of this forum. So my first word is to thank all the speakers and all the ones who intervened through other means in today's proceedings. It's been a rich day, and we are celebrating, in fact, you could say, a triple birthday today. 5 years of the European Pillar of Social Rights, of course, 2 years of the Pact for Skills, and literally the birthday of this forum. It's been a special day. Let me then briefly say a few words about the why of this forum, why we thought this was a good initiative to take, and then also present some takeaways. It's always risky to come with takeaways or conclusions because you inevitably do a lot of injustice to this or the other speaker, so I apologize in advance. I took a lot of notes, so I have full of ideas, and even the things that I will not say now, they will not be forgotten. Now, it is obviously clear that today's forum comes at a very special moment. We are actually also still in the middle of COP27. I was there last week as a coincidence, replacing the commissioner, and I can tell you that also there, the just transition concept was very, very strongly present. Not only because the ILO and the European Commission established a specific pavilion for the just transition, which I think was a big success, and that was the main reason I went there, but also because I think in the talks there, things have moved on. I mean, there is obviously the climate change threat and the measures that need to be taken to address it, but there's also much more understanding that this is essentially decided. We know what we have to do. The debate about climate change, will it happen or not, is over. We're now moving to a much more difficult, I think, stage. What are we going to do to make this feasible and just for our society? So not only here, but it was also there very much in the air. We listened to the President of the European Commission who started, and I noted about silver lining. And I think this is a good point. It came back later on also during the day that we should not be defeatist. The challenge is enormous, but the starting point, certainly of the European Union, is actually quite a good one. And she also mentioned how well we overcame, in fact, the COVID crisis. And if you look at the forecasts that were presented earlier this week, I think, by the Commission or last week, in terms of employment, the situation in the European Union is actually still good. This did not come by itself. It was done after enormous interventions from the member states and the European Union institutions, unprecedented solidarity, and I was very happy that the President said this, because it was also clearly a message to what needs to be done for this transition. But no reason for defeatism, I think. On the pillar, this is then in a way our framework to ensure that the transition is indeed just and fair. It was very good, I think, to listen to Jean-Claude Juncker to explain the origin of the pillar, how difficult it was. I noted patience, conviction et détermination. He essentially said everything at the European level on social is difficult and it will not get very easy, but nevertheless, with patience, determination and conviction, you can get there. And I think it is only fair to say that without this pillar, which was indeed perceived by many as with a lot of skepsis, including by myself, at the time you were wondering what the added value was. Another set of principles. But I think I was definitely totally wrong. And honestly, also as somebody who has followed the process together with Nicolas for the last 4 years, 3.5, 4 years, without it we would have been in a lot more difficult position. I think the pillar helped us tremendously. It was also very good to listen then, of course, to the Deputy Prime Minister from Belgium, Minister van den Broeke, who used the pillar also and this anniversary as a linchpin, I think, for the future. And he came up with a lot of bold ideas, focusing, I think, on principle number 12 in particular, access to social protection with directives and framework. And so that gives a lot of ideas, I think, for the future. This is not only a birthday to look back, but also a birthday to look forward and what we're going to do, let's say, in the next 5 years. And I was really impressed by his presentation. Jean-Claude Juncker also said, and it came back in other parts of the debates, that social is not something that is opposed to monetary or opposed to the economy or opposed to growth. This is very well said, I think. This is extremely important, and this integration of the different policy areas is something where there's still a lot of work to do. I think the Commission does good things. I thought also the proposals on economic governance, the new ones, do actually make that point very strongly. But this is something that we need to follow up clearly also in the future. All of these things are not easy. I think we heard it from everybody. Mrs. Matsukato said that the landing on the moon was easier than achieving just transition. This was quite a good statement, I thought. Also, Mr. Pîslaru mentioned about a mountain that we had to climb. And also he pointed at something that is very important, the risk of greenwashing, the risk, I think he mentioned, blah, 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 and the need to implement. And that it's not enough to have agreements in Brussels, but that it needs to be taken forward, of course, by the authorities of the member states and by the stakeholders and essentially by you. I think this is a constant risk that we should be very much aware of. Young people, of course, are absolutely key in that endeavor, and this was also point was made by many of the speakers. And that's I think a good bridge to my last point, youth, and then you move to skills. It's not a coincidence that we move from the year of the youth to the year of skills. These things are, of course, very much linked, and skills are, I think, the absolutely essential key to anything we want to do to ensure the transition as such, and and also to ensure the just transition. And that's why it was so good that we are celebrating the 2nd year of the Pact. And that's not blah, blah, blah. The Pact for Skills is definitely not blah, blah, blah. Here you're talking about, well, the 1,000 member, but also 6 million commitments from the companies in the Pact to actually do upskilling and reskilling. 6 million. So here we are really talking about something that matters and that should indeed make a big difference to the people. And that's all that's what we do it for. So then this is of course not the end. First of all, we're going to have a very nice cocktail, I hope. And I hope there's still some cake left. I was there when it was cut, but I didn't actually taste it. So maybe I have the opportunity to eat a bit. It looked very nice. And then of course tomorrow we have the 2nd day of the panel where we are going to go a lot deeper into the various issues that were discussed. So I of course also invite you all to stay. This will be mostly about the social economy, where we had the representative of the ceramics industry here as well. And also breakout sessions on the employment and social developments in Europe, the S-Day report, and on the European Care Strategy. So with these words, I would like to thank you again for your attention and your commitment this afternoon, and then I hope to see you again tomorrow and at the cocktail. And now I think I give the floor back to Ali. Oh, there you are.
To both of us, actually.
Good. Very good.
Well, thank you again, Director General, for those wrapping up words. So this is the end of day one. We've heard everything from Aristotle and Carl Polanyi to underwear in Italy and green steel in northern Sweden. I've found it really interesting and enriching. I've been impressed with the optimism, but also the seriousness with which all of the conversations have gone on. Unfortunately, I've got to go back to London tonight on the train, but I'm going to leave you in Ali's capable hands for tomorrow.
Well, thank you so much. I think Sarah, I think that was your well-deserved applause for a job very well done here on day one. Indeed, tomorrow I will be back here. I hope you will be back here too. It'll be a shorter day, but we will start earlier as well. We will be back here on stage at 9:20. I believe at 9:20. I'm looking at the responsible parties. 9:20, we'll manage. But then, because we will be done much earlier, it'll be done by 1 p.m. So between 9:20 a.m. and 1 p.m. And just like day one, a very, very interesting and thought-through program is awaiting you, including 3 parallel sessions, each dealing with various topics, such as the fair transition and the European care strategy. So with that, thank you, Sarah. Thank you to everyone for being part of it. All the speakers, of course, great to have you. And I think we're not quite done yet, Sarah, right? There's more to come in the hall. Is my understanding? Is it? We're meeting, right? Yeah, well-deserved drinks. Yes, I'm seeing the sign. I'm seeing the sign. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you back there.